Chapter 21-27. The 12-winged Saint Emissary was shattered. His flesh wriggled and reformed in the blink of an eye. And, staring at Lin Tian, the 12-winged Saint Emissary's expression turned even colder. He was clearly a Dominator rank expert. But Lin Tian's Naluo Pale had suppressed his battle prowess to the 8th heaven of Saint Venerable level. Now his body had been shattered by Lin Tian. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation. One had to know that he was now using his true body. Lin Tian looked at the emissary without any change in his expression. He took a step forward. Clang! He activated the high heaven sword scripture. Golden sword light instantly spread out in all directions, slashing at the emissary from different angles. The 12-winged Saint Emissary flapped his wings. Holy light intertwined and met the dense sword light head-on. However, he was no match for it. The holy light was shattered in the blink of an eye. The golden high heaven sword light slashed forward mightily. Puff! Blood splattered. A sword light pierced through his chest, causing a large amount of blood to splatter everywhere. What level of faction is behind you all? What is your goal of destroying the universe time and time again? Looking at the 12-winged Saint Emissary, Lin Tianyi stepped forward. He guessed that there should be a huge clan behind the 12-winged Saint Emissary. This clan also belonged to the Celestial Court and was very terrifying. Their overall strength was far above the Celestial Court's ancient ancestors. Otherwise, the emissary wouldn't have the courage to casually address the ancient ancestors of the Celestial Court as old fogies. He was also puzzled by the Celestial Court's repeated destruction of the universe. He could imagine that this clan definitely had a huge ambition. However, he didn't know what this ambition was. He had forgotten to ask Fengshen Tianzuan. The 12-winged Saint Emissary snorted. You ant, are you worthy of knowing my master's ambition? Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He didn't say anything else. He sped up and appeared in front of the emissary in an instant. Bang! He swung his fist. His fist was extremely fast and landed on the emissary's face. With a bang, the emissary was sent flying. Blood floated in the air bit by bit. Then he raised his hand and formed the seal of the 4 symbols, which pressed down on his opponent. The 12-winged Saint Emissary steadied himself and looked at Lin Tian. His eyes were even colder and more sinister. The great apocalypse has begun. With your cultivation, you won't be able to escape. I'll let you live for a while longer. After saying that, the 12-winged divine emissary turned around and left. He knew very well that his battle prowess had been suppressed to the level of a holy venerate. He was no match for Lin Tian. If he forced himself to fight, he would most likely die at Lin Tian's hands. With a so sound, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already extremely far away. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as she chased after him. Moreover, he swung the towering heaven sword scripture, slashing out densely packed golden sword lights that pressed down on his opponent. Pooh! A sword ray pierced through the back of the 12-winged Saint Emissary, causing a large amount of blood to splash out. The 12-winged Saint Emissary's body trembled, and his expression became even more sinister. He clenched his teeth and wanted to swallow Lin Tian whole. However, his footsteps did not slow down at all. He continued to flee at an even faster speed. Didn't you want to suppress me? Why are you running away? Lin Tian said coldly as he sped up. Clang! He continued to activate the towering heaven sword scripture, and densely packed sword lights continuously slashed at his opponent. From time to time, a sword light would pierce through his opponent, causing a large amount of blood to splash out. Lord Divine Emissary! In this world, there were celestial soldiers and celestial generals from the Celestial Court in every region. Lin Tian's pursuit of the 12-winged divine emissary was quickly seen by some of the celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Then all the celestial soldiers and celestial generals who saw this scene all moved and charged toward Lin Tian. These celestial soldiers and celestial generals were not weak. They all had the battle prowess of a holy king. Moreover, there was even an early stage holy venerate among them. Scram! Lin Tian's eyes were cold as the aura of a holy venerate swept out. Puff! 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 The celestial soldiers and celestial generals were immediately sent flying and exploded in the distance. Even the early stage holy venerate was no exception. They could not block Lin Tian's attack at all. His gaze landed on the 12-winged divine emissary. This person's identity was not ordinary. He should know many great secrets. Lin Tian wanted to suppress him and obtain all kinds of information from him. Clang! He waved the towering heaven sword scripture, and a large amount of sword light shot out again. In the blink of an eye, a few transparent bloody holes were left on the 12-winged divine emissary's body. Blood continued to splatter into the air. The 12-winged divine emissary was extremely shocked and furious. Being chased by Lin Tian like this and being heavily injured again and again, his murderous intent surged. However, no matter how violent his murderous intent was, he knew that he could not stop Lin Tian. He could only choose to continue fleeing. Lin Tian chased behind the 12-winged divine emissary. Soon, more celestial soldiers and celestial generals saw him and came forward to stop him. Among them, there was even a fifth-layer holy venerate with powerful holy venerate might. However, they could not stop him at all and were killed in the blink of an eye. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. Although the celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court discovered him and came forward to kill him, he still caught up to the 12-winged divine emissary and directly raised his hand to suppress him. How dare you! It was also at this moment that a cold voice came from the end of the celestial court, shattering a large part of the space here. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly, and his eyes immediately focused. Void Sky rank! Then, without hesitation, he abandoned the 12-winged divine emissary and retreated as fast as he could. He also took out a profound jade array platform, opened a space door, and stepped into it. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to resist a void heaven grade master. The preparations he had made were also not enough for him to fight a master of this level. He could only protect himself when facing a master of this level. With a swoosh, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. The spatial door also disappeared along with him. Almost in the next moment, the Void Sky rank expert at the end of the horizon arrived and appeared in front of the 12-winged divine emissary. Sir, are you all right? This person bowed respectfully. The 12-winged divine emissary's face was cold. His body was stained with blood, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Pass down my order. Completely seal off this world. Don't destroy it for the time being. Find that ant first. The 12-winged divine emissary said coldly. Yes, sir. The Void Sky rank expert who rushed here naturally saw Lin Tian and knew that the ant the 12-winged divine emissary was referring to was Lin Tian. He immediately nodded and quickly left this place with the 12-winged divine emissary. It was impossible for him to completely seal off this great world as a Void Sky rank expert. He had to leave this place and take the 12-winged divine emissary to a safe place. Then he would report to the higher-ups and pass down the 12-winged divine emissary's order. In this great world of the Xianhuang universe, killing intent swept through every region, causing the entire world to tremble. In a very barren mountain range, a space door appeared, and Lin Tian's figure stepped out from it. Stepping on solid ground again, he scanned his surroundings. Just now, the profound jade array platform was a short-distance teleportation formation that could instantly teleport him to any place within 100 miles. It was one of the preparations he made for the great apocalypse. Without any prior preparations, no one below the level of sky-reaching realm would be able to stop such a transportation portal. What should I do next? Leave this world and go somewhere else to find the little guy and that stupid tiger? Chapter 21-28. After entering the black-yellow universe, Lin Tianyi had been looking for the little Taichu and the white tiger. He had already passed through dozens of macro worlds. He had also searched many places in this extreme world, which was comparable to the Void Realm. Although he had not completely explored this world, he kept inquiring about it. Unfortunately, he did not find any trace of the little Taichu and the white tiger. He guessed that the little guy's white tiger should not be in this world. He felt that he could go to other worlds to look for it. "Let's go," he said to himself, and decided to leave this world. In a world like this, with his current strength, he could not break the world barrier from the inside. However, he had the boundary crossing talisman that Black Yellow had given him. With this kind of talisman, he could break the world barrier of the extreme world and leave. Boom! Suddenly, just as he was about to take out the boundary crossing talisman to break the world barrier, the world suddenly trembled. The sky shook, and there was an invisible force surging, which made him change his expression immediately. "It's blocked!" He was moved. At this time, he sensed the changes in this world. There was an additional layer of extremely astonishing power that interweaved within this world. It was as if this extremely large world had turned into a prison, sealing everything within. Then he took out the boundary crossing talisman and activated it. His expression froze again. As he had expected, the boundary crossing talisman refined by Black Yellow was useless at this time. "Ants in this world, you will all perish. But now I'll give you a chance to live. Catch this human bug and bring him to me. Then you can live. I'll wait at the center of this world." A ghastly voice resounded, and it reverberated through this extremely large world. It was unknown what sort of method was used to spread this voice, and then a divine sense brand appeared in every corner of this world. Surprisingly, it was Lin Tian's appearance. Hearing this voice and looking at his appearance in the divine sense imprint, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He was very familiar with this voice. It was the 12-winged Saint Emissary. "You dog," he said coldly. The other party's words were clearly pushing him into the abyss of destruction. This was because it was very difficult for the cultivators of this world to stop the celestial court. They were all going to be killed. Under such circumstances, he would be able to survive if he was captured and sent to the center of this world. He could imagine that most of the cultivators of this world would attack him as soon as they saw him. The cultivators of the celestial court wanted to wipe out all life in this world and destroy it. As long as they saw him, they would suppress and kill him. As a result, he became the target of everyone in this world. The sealing of this great world was also done by that son of a bitch, right? He muttered to himself coldly. The 12-winged Saint Emissary was only at the Dominator rank, so it was impossible for him to seal off such a large world. Even ordinary omnipotent experts could not do so. However, the other party's identity was very special. He should be able to command the other supreme experts of the celestial court in this world. Could there be an ancestor of the celestial court in this world? He frowned. This world was very vast. It was comparable to the celestial realm of nothingness. It was impossible to seal off such a great world and prevent anyone from entering or leaving even if thousands of omnipotent experts worked together. Only an existence like the ancestor of the celestial court or an existence stronger than the ancestor of the celestial court could do it. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility of other, very special ancient treasures that could seal off such a great world. He paused in place and could not help but frown. He could not leave this world for the time being. Later, he would be attacked by all the cultivators of this world. It was really terrible. For the time being, find an absolutely hidden place and think about what to do next, he muttered to himself. Then his expression changed slightly. He suddenly tilted his head and looked toward the southeast of this place. Just now, the seven-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled. Seven-colored divine light overflowed and rippled in his sea of consciousness toward the southeast like water ripples. This situation was exactly the same as when he found a new sword soul fragment in the past. Immediately, his eyes shone with a bright light as he soared into the sky and rushed towards the southeast at top speed. There was a new sword soul fragment there. He could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Whoosh! His current speed was extremely fast. With a burst of air-piercing sounds, he quickly crossed a distance of hundreds of thousands of feet. Rumble! In front of him, in a continuous mountain range, groups of cultivators were fighting fiercely. There were heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court, as well as cultivators of this world. All kinds of divine light and saint spells were rampaging. Pieces of the void were destroyed, and the mountains collapsed one after another. That's the person that the Lord ordered us to capture. He's also a reincarnation body. Some of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court discovered Lin Tian. Their cultivation levels ranged from quasi-saint to saint king. When they saw Lin Tian, they were first moved, then shocked again. Not only did they recognize Lin Tian as the person that the 12-winged saint had ordered to capture, but they also saw that Lin Tian's body constitution was a reincarnation body. Let's not care about his body constitution first. Suppress him and capture him. After that, the Lord will definitely reward you handsomely. A powerful heavenly general spoke and rushed directly toward Lin Tian. Then, in this place, the other heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals also rushed toward Lin Tian. They temporarily stopped their attacks on the cultivators of this world, and their eyes were shining brightly. Lin Tian's value was much higher than these people. There was no comparison between the two at all. Almost at the same time, in this place, the cultivators of this world who had been attacked by the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were also moved. Their gazes all fell on Lin Tian. This is that person. Capture him and we won't have to die. These cultivators stared at Lin Tian. Many of them clenched their fists. Then, like the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court, they all rushed toward Lin Tian. They all locked onto Lin Tian with their divine senses. Normally, these people would be shocked by Lin Tian's body constitution, but at this time they were not. They only thought that if they captured Lin Tian, they would not have to be killed. In an instant, the cultivators of the celestial court and other cultivators who had been fighting to the death in this place all rushed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at these people rushing toward him. He swept his gaze over the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court and paid them no attention. Then, his gaze fell on the cultivators of this universe who were rushing toward him. He couldn't help but smile mockingly. His eyes were much colder. Although he had already expected that most of the cultivators of this world would attack him in order to survive when they saw him, he still couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. How pitiful! The celestial court wanted to destroy this world and slaughter all the living beings of this world. Originally, these cultivators of this world should have viewed the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court as mortal enemies who had invaded their territory. They should have fought to the death with them. But now, in order to survive, these people listened to the 12-winged saint's words and raised their weapons at him. In order to survive, they helped the enemy who had invaded their territory wave their weapons. Where was their dignity? Chapter 21-29. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he watched the celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court and the cultivators of the black-yellow universe charging toward him. He did not stop and continued to head southeast. At the same time, a sword ray appeared beside him and turned into a rain of swords that slashed toward the side. The expressions of the celestial soldiers and celestial generals who rushed over immediately changed. They faced the sharp sword ray and felt the threat of death. At this moment, the celestial soldiers and celestial generals instantly realized that they had not seen Lin Tian's strength clearly. Lin Tian was much stronger than them and was not someone they could deal with. Retreat! A celestial general at the peak of the Saint King realm roared and stopped to rush toward Lin Tian. He quickly retreated with the other celestial soldiers and celestial generals. At the same time, the cultivators of the black-yellow universe who rushed toward Lin Tian also changed their expressions and retreated together. However, compared to the speed of Lin Tian's sword ray, their retreating speed was too slow. In the blink of an eye, the celestial sword ray rolled over and immediately drowned the group of people. Blood immediately splashed and blood mist exploded. The heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals, and the cultivators of the black-yellow universe were all destroyed in an instant. No one survived. After all, the strongest among these people was only at the peak of the Saint King realm. How could they stop Lin Tian, who was at the Saint Master realm? Lin Tian soared through the air, not minding killing these people at all. Soon he was far away from this area. He was very fast. In the process of heading southeast, he encountered several groups of celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court. However, the cultivation of these celestial soldiers and celestial generals was only at the first level of the Saint Master realm. All the celestial soldiers and celestial generals who attacked him were all killed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the cultivators of the black-yellow universe attacked him in the process. They wanted to capture him and offer him to the 12-winged Saint Emissary to save their lives. He showed no mercy to these people and killed them all with his sword. Speaking of which, to destroy a large world comparable to the celestial void realm, even if more than 10,000 ordinary Master Heaven-level experts worked together, they still wouldn't be able to do it. After that, how exactly is the heavenly court going to destroy this world? Did they rely on the accumulation of time to destroy it? Or an existence comparable to the ancient ancestor of the celestial court finally destroy this world? As he headed to the southeast, he pondered, but if the ancient ancestor of the celestial court could destroy this world on his own, why did he send the celestial army and celestial generals to carry out a massacre in various regions of this world? Is it necessary? He was puzzled. That human, the person that the Lord specifically wants to suppress. Suddenly there was a cry of surprise. More celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court appeared in front of him. There were hundreds of them. There were corpses on the ground all around. There was no telling how many there were, but they were all cultivators of this world who had died at the hands of the celestial courts, celestial soldiers, and celestial generals. There were no longer any cultivators of this world in this area. Capture him. The hundreds of celestial soldiers and celestial generals had just killed all the cultivators of this world in this area when they saw Lin Tian appear. Then, all the celestial soldiers and celestial generals rushed toward Lin Tian. 3 of them were Saint Venerables, while the others were 7th Heaven Saints and Peak Saint Kings. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He raised his hand and slapped down. Boom! This slap was a great divine power. It carried the strength of a 2nd Heaven Saint Venerable and directly shattered the void. Then the cultivators of the celestial court exploded. In the end, only 1 Saint Venerable was left. This Saint Venerable survived, but his body was covered in blood. He was severely injured. When he looked at Lin Tian, his expression changed completely. He couldn't help but tremble. There were hundreds of celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Including him, there were 3 Saint Venerables and more than 300 Saint Kings. But now, Lin Tian had killed everyone except him with a slap. He was the only one left alive. How terrifying was his combat strength! Moreover, what frightened him even more was that he sensed that Lin Tian seemed to have deliberately left him alive. Otherwise, he would have died just like the others. This person trembled and immediately fled into the distance. However, he hadn't gone far when his body trembled violently. The space around him was completely frozen. Lin Tian stepped forward and sealed the surrounding space. He appeared before this person and directly imprisoned him with the 4-symbol seal. Just now, he had indeed intended to leave this person alive. This person was the strongest of the hundreds of celestial soldiers and celestial generals. He wanted to find out how the celestial court had destroyed this world from this person, as well as other things about the celestial court. What are you doing? This Saint Venerable General couldn't help but tremble. When he saw Lin Tian walk over, he immediately felt the threat of death. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He directly extended his divine sense into this person's sea of consciousness to search for everything he wanted to know. Very soon his expression changed. A cold light flashed through his eyes. From this person's sea of consciousness, he learned that the reason these celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court had charged into this world and continuously slaughtered living beings in various regions was to use a special container to collect all the life essence that had not yet dissipated after the death of these living beings. Finally, after killing all the living beings in this world and collecting all the life essence, they would use a special forbidden weapon to directly destroy this world. He also knew that the special container to collect the life essence and the special forbidden weapon to destroy this world were both at the center of this world. At this moment, the special container at the center of this world was continuously absorbing the life essence of all the living beings that had died in this world. What kind of container is that? How can it absorb the life essence of all the living beings that have just been killed at the center of this world from such a great distance away? He was shocked. After a living being died, the life essence would not immediately dissipate. It could be absorbed. Moreover, compared to living beings, the life essence of dead beings was much easier to absorb. It was countless times simpler. However, with just a single vessel, it was able to absorb the life essence of all the living beings that had just died in this world from such a great distance away. This was somewhat shocking. Exactly what kind of magical treasure was that vessel? Moreover, on the other hand, how terrifying would a forbidden artifact that was capable of directly destroying a vast world comparable to the celestial void world be? Even if an existence like the ancestor of the celestial court had the ability to destroy an extremely large world comparable to the celestial realm of nothingness, it was probably impossible for him to forge a forbidden weapon that could directly destroy such a large world. Chapter 2130. The Celestial Court. Lin Tian muttered to himself with a grave expression. This inheritance was truly terrifying. He paused for a moment and searched the spiritual sea of the holy venerable cultivator from the celestial court again. This time he found some information about the 12-winged divine emissary. Celestial Protector Clan. He frowned. He found the name of the 12-winged divine emissary from the holy venerable cultivator's spiritual sea. He knew that this clan was extremely terrifying, but he could not find any other specific information. They really dare to name themselves. In the end, he snorted. Celestial Protector Clan, Heavenly Protector? Heavenly Protector? He continued to search the spiritual sea of the holy venerable cultivator and found another piece of information. The strongest cultivators from the celestial court who had entered this world were all at the heavenly master level. There were a total of 30 of them, and none of them could be compared to ordinary heavenly masters. They could fight against 10 people of the same level, and their combat strength was terrifying. He also searched for the celestial court's purpose of absorbing life essence and destroying the universe. However, this holy venerable cultivator did not know about these things. Clearly, he was far from being qualified to know about these things in the celestial court. Then he retracted his divine consciousness from the holy venerable cultivator's spiritual sea. He pointed his finger and pierced through the holy venerable cultivator's forehead, causing the holy venerable cultivator's spiritual sea to shatter and disappear from the world. He paused for a moment and thought for a moment. Then he moved again and continued to head towards the southeast. He already knew what he needed to know. However, at this moment, finding the sword soul fragment was still the most important thing for him to do. He was moving very quickly and began to use special methods to conceal all of his aura. He headed towards the southeast of this world from a very remote corner. Very quickly, an entire half a day passed, and he arrived before a vast mountain range. Looking at it, the mountain range was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. It was the kind of mountain range that no one would normally go to. It seems like it's in this mountain range. Lin Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the mountain range in front of him. Previously, when the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had reacted, he was certain that the fragment of the sword spirit was definitely in this mountain range. Immediately, he did not hesitate and directly walked forward. Soon, he stepped into the mountain ridge. Within the mountain range, the growth of the ancient trees was not considered dense, but it was not considered sparse either. It seemed that they had been growing for a very long time. Buzz! All of a sudden, the seven-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled. Seven-colored divine light overflowed and rippled toward the east like water ripples. Immediately, a bright light flashed in his eyes. It really is in this mountain range. The reaction of the rainbow divine sword was undoubtedly because it had sensed the aura of the sword's soul fragment in this mountain range. Immediately, he headed towards the east of the mountain range. Very soon, he walked a full 10,000 feet before a dilapidated cave suddenly appeared in front of him. It was extremely inconspicuous, but when he accidentally swept his gaze over the cave, he immediately trembled. The cave was about a dozen square meters in size. There was a stone platform inside, and there was a figure sitting cross-legged on it. There was no sign of life, and it was no longer breathing. It was a corpse, and it made Lin Tian's heart palpitate for no reason. It was as if the corpse was the source of destruction. He stared at the corpse without blinking for a moment. After pausing for a moment, he cautiously walked toward the cave. His pace was very slow and careful. As he got closer to the cave, the palpitating feeling in his heart became stronger. Moreover, his body could not help but feel pain. All the bones in his body could not help but creak. There was an invisible force coming from the corpse in front of him, as if it could crush everything in the world. He gritted his teeth and endured the great pressure. Step by step, he walked forward and finally arrived in front of the corpse. It was an old man. The clothes on his body were extremely ancient. Lin Tian did not know which era he was from. Although he was a corpse, there was not the slightest bit of death aura around him. His body was not withered either. Other than the fact that he could not move, he was no different from a normal person. This made Lin Tian's heart tremble. Generally speaking, any living being would emit death aura soon after their death. However, this old man, who looked like he had been dead for a long time, did not emit any death aura at all. This was somewhat frightening. What kind of expert was this to be able to emit no death aura after his death? He came to the side of the ancient corpse. After hesitating for a moment, he stretched out his hand and placed it on the corpse. Then he suddenly trembled, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. With a swoosh, he retracted his hand as if he had been stabbed by a sharp blade. This person, his heart palpitated. Before he touched the ancient corpse, he had already felt a great pressure. At this time, when he raised his hand and placed it on the ancient corpse, he felt an even more terrifying pressure. This pressure was not inferior to the pressure he felt from the ancient ancestors of the celestial court. When he was alive, he was comparable to the ancient ancestors of the celestial court, or even stronger. He was shocked. At the same time, when his hand landed on the ancient corpse, he could clearly feel that the saint energy in the ancient corpse was very chaotic and violent. This allowed him to vaguely guess the cause of his death. Back then, when he was cultivating in seclusion in this place to break through to a higher level, there was an accident. The saint energy and Tao energy became violent and difficult to control. In the end, the violent saint energy and Tao energy destroyed the spirit in his sea of consciousness. Is that why he died? He frowned. He had encountered such a situation before. So at this time, he instantly figured it out. He opened his mouth and was stunned for a moment. Then he could not help but sigh. This is cultivation. It is full of dangers. This existence was comparable to the ancient ancestors of the celestial court, or even stronger than the ancient ancestors of the celestial court. In the end, he died in seclusion. How sad was that? He looked at the ancient corpse in front of him and was stunned for a dozen breaths. Then he gradually came back to his senses, and his eyes flashed. This is an unexpected gain. This existence was comparable to the ancient ancestors of the celestial court, or even stronger than the ancient ancestors of the celestial court. After his death, the saint energy in his body still existed. His body was completely immortal. It could be said that he was a super killing machine. With this ancient corpse, he could control it with his spirit. Even if he only relied on the strength of the ancient corpse's shell, he could definitely kill an ordinary sky-reaching realm expert. Looking at the ancient corpse, he took a deep breath and bowed to it seriously. Then he took out the immortal Emperor Pagoda and carefully put it into the pagoda. Chapter 2131. Lin Tian was surprised to find such a terrifying ancient corpse in such an ordinary mountain ridge. It was like walking on a flat road and suddenly finding a pile of gold. It was a little unbelievable. However, he quickly put this unbelievable feeling away. No matter how shocking it was a good thing for him now. It gave him a super killer weapon. In this apocalyptic war of the black-yellow universe, he had greater confidence to protect himself, and his chances of survival were much higher. After putting away the ancient corpse, he took a deep breath and glanced at the center of this world with a sneer on his face. Then, relying on the feeling of the divine sword, he walked deeper into the mountain ridge. This mountain ridge was very ordinary, and there were not many demonic beasts in it. They were all ordinary animals. After about an hour, he had crossed a distance of 10,000 feet in this mountain ridge. At this time, a lake appeared in front of him. It was not very big across this mountain ridge. When he came to this place, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness immediately trembled again, intertwining with strands of 7-colored divine brilliance, pointing directly at the bottom of the lake in front of him. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He took a step forward and directly stepped into the lake. The lake was not very deep. He dived down and soon came to the bottom of the lake, where there was a large area of aquatic plants. Not far away, a pile of gray stones lay at the bottom of the lake, and a fist-sized 7-colored light source floated among the stones. Found it! Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He walked at the bottom of the lake without being affected at all. He stepped in front of the 7-colored light source. This 7-colored light source was a new sword soul fragment. He used his saint power to isolate the water around him. With a thought, the sword soul fragment here directly jumped and entered his body, coming to the side of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. The next moment, the sword soul fragment merged into the divine sword. The divine sword immediately trembled slightly, and strands of 7-colored divine light gushed out. Lin Tian directly ran the Sun Heart Sutra and began to refine the 7-colored divine light. Buzz! Outside his body, divine brilliance intertwined, and his essence, chi and spirit rose at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, a full 6 hours had passed. 6 hours later, the sword soul fragment had completely fused with the divine sword, and the divine light outside his body had become dozens of times stronger. Very soon, I will become a third heaven wholly venerable. A bright light flashed in his eyes. With a slight movement of his mind, the holy light outside his body was concealed within his body, and then he left the lake. In this world, the sky was a little dark, as if a storm was sweeping through this world. Next, he narrowed his eyes and looked towards the center of this world. The celestial army and celestial generals of the celestial court were massacring all kinds of living creatures in this world. At this time, the 12-winged Saint Emissary would definitely be there. Moreover, there were dozens of immortal ascension cultivators from the celestial court who had entered this world. Many of them should be in that place as well. He was prepared to kill his way there directly. With the ancient corpse that he had accidentally found earlier, none of the cultivators from the celestial court who had entered this world could stop him now. He wanted to go to the center of this world and kill the 12-winged Saint Emissary and all the immortal ascension cultivators of the celestial court who lived there. He took a deep breath and took out the immortal Emperor Pagoda beside this lake. He took out the ancient corpse within it, and then his spirit stepped out of his body and directly fused with the ancient corpse. His spirit merged into the ancient corpse. He steered the ancient corpse to stand up and opened its eyes. Immediately, 2 beams of light shot out from the ancient corpse's eyes, piercing through the void in front of them. Several mountains further away were also affected. Under the light of these beams of light, they immediately exploded, filling the sky with sand and dust. This caused him to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Just now, he had only used his spirit to control it and open its eyes. However, this simple beam of light actually had such power. It was really a little terrifying, a little shocking. At the same time, his spirit body fused with the ancient corpse. At this time, his spirit body could not help but feel a slight pain. This was because the ancient corpse was too extraordinary, and the pressure within it was too great. With the current strength of his spirit, it was very difficult for him to fully adapt to this ancient corpse. I can't control it with my spirit for a long time, but it's not a big problem, he muttered to himself. He stood in place until after a full 10 breaths had passed. His spirit had barely adapted to this ancient corpse, and there was no problem in controlling it to do any actions. Then he put his physical body into the immortal Emperor Pagoda and put away the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He controlled the ancient corpse and looked up at the center of this world. There was no life in his eyes, and they seemed very deep. Then he raised his hand and directly tore open the void in front of him, opening a void tunnel that led to the center of this world. His own cultivation was insufficient to accomplish such a feat, and he was unable to easily tear open a spatial tunnel that could traverse extremely far distances in this extremely large world that was comparable to the void celestial world. However, controlling this terrifying ancient corpse was entirely possible. Moreover, now if he wanted to, he could easily tear open the world barrier of this world that was sealed by the celestial court. He sneered and directly stepped into the torn void tunnel, disappearing from his place in an instant. The void tunnel was a little dim. He controlled the ancient corpse to step into the void tunnel. After about 10 breaths, he stepped out and appeared in a new place. Looking around, the terrain was very flat, and there was a huge palace in the center. Obviously, it was built temporarily. There were no other ancient buildings around it, and there were only hundreds of celestial court cultivators guarding outside the palace. None of these cultivators were weak. The weakest was at least a Saint King, and there were a few void sky rank experts. Lin Tian came here with the ancient corpse, so he naturally knew that this huge palace was one of the camps of the celestial court in this world. Moreover, he sensed the aura fluctuations of the 12-winged Saint Envoy in the palace. The one with wings, come out and welcome the guest. He sneered and shouted. At the same time, he controlled the ancient corpse and directly punched out. With a bang, the void immediately shattered, and a huge hole was pierced through the huge palace. A strong wind swept out. Except for a few void sky rank experts, the other celestial court cultivators around the huge palace were instantly shattered by the strong wind. Not even their souls were preserved, and all of them were destroyed. Who is it? The few surviving void sky rank experts were shocked and angry. Blood was dripping from their bodies, and they were covered in cracks. They looked like cracked ceramics that could shatter at any time. They looked up at the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian in the sky. Chapter 2132. 30 of the heavenly court's sky-reaching realm experts had entered this world. Now, 20 of them had gone to various regions of this world to fight, leaving only 10 to guard the center of this world. This was because in this extremely large world that was as vast as the heavenly realm of nothingness, there would naturally be sky-reaching realm experts. Ordinary heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals would not be able to deal with them. Lin Tian stood in the sky and looked at the 10 sky-level powerhouses and the 12-winged saint of the celestial court. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The one with wings, we meet again. He looked at the 12-winged saint and spoke with a cold smile. The 12-winged saint and the 10 sky-level powerhouses all felt a chill because of the destruction of the palace. They could tell that this was not a living person. When they heard Lin Tian's voice, they paused for a moment. Then their expressions changed. "It's you." As a Dominator-level powerhouse, the 12-winged saint was naturally not ordinary. When he heard Lin Tian's voice, he knew that this was Lin Tian. At least it was Lin Tian inside. It was Lin Tian who was controlling the corpse in front of him. "My lord, who is he?" Beside him, one of the 10 sky-level powerhouses asked. The 12-winged saint looked at the ancient corpse that Lin Tian was controlling and said coldly, "Reincarnated body. His spirit should have entered this corpse." When these words were said, the 10 sky-level powerhouses were all shocked. Previously, the 12-winged saint had ordered the entire world to hunt down Lin Tian. These 10 sky-level powerhouses naturally knew about this. Now that they heard the 12-winged saint's words, their eyes could not help but light up. Capture him and extract his spirit. Then find his original body. The 12-winged saint ordered. At this moment, Lin Tian smiled. He controlled the ancient corpse and directly raised his hand to grab the 12-winged saint. It was just an ordinary move, but the surrounding void directly shattered and spatial turbulence poured out wantonly. Such power shocked the 12-winged saint emissary. Even the faces of the 10 transcending heaven elites froze. This pure physical attack was definitely comparable to a superpower of a sky-level powerhouse. Protect the Lord. Although his cultivation level was much higher than that of the 12-winged saint emissary, his position in the celestial court was much lower than that of the other party. At this moment, he stepped forward and raised his hand to attack Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, this person's large hand collided with Lin Tian's large hand. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The transcending heaven expert's arm was crushed, and he was sent flying like a scarecrow. At the same time, Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse to move at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he arrived in front of the person who was sent flying and punched him with all his might. Dong! With a loud boom, the sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. His fist landed firmly on the other party's chest. This time, the heaven-span expert's fleshly body exploded, and only his soul remained. His eyes were filled with terror as he retreated at top speed. However, Lin Tian did not give him the slightest chance. Controlling the ancient corpse, he punched again with all his might. This was just pure physical strength, but it was terrifying. It froze the surrounding void, making it difficult for the other party's spirit to escape. In the next moment, the other party's spirit was directly smashed into pieces by the punch. Body shattered, soul destroyed. Lord Heavenly Master, you actually... How can this be? At this place, the Void Heaven rank experts who were still alive despite being heavily injured all paled in shock. Heaven-span experts were called Heavenly Masters in the Celestial Court. But now, one of their Celestial Court Heavenly Masters was killed in the blink of an eye. The other 9 Heavenly Masters and the 12-winged Saint Emissary were also shocked. The 12-winged Saint Emissary was shocked and furious. Where did you find this ancient corpse? As a sovereign realm expert, the 12-winged Saint Emissary could naturally see that Lin Tian was able to kill the Heavenspan expert so easily because of the ancient corpse's power. Lin Tianling smiled and did not respond. He moved again, controlling the ancient corpse and advancing towards the 12-winged Saint Emissary. Stop him! The 12-winged Saint Emissary shouted and retreated. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse to kill a Heavenspan Heavenly Master so easily. This made him feel fearful. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 heaven-span heavenly masters immediately moved. They each used their divine techniques and pressed them towards Lin Tian. For a time, the space rumbled and shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. Lin Tian sneered as he shook the ancient corpse. Chaotic sane energy was emitted from the corpse, instantly sealing the space within a radius of 1,000 feet. "I'll deal with you after I've dealt with them. No one can save you today," he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he controlled the ancient corpse and punched out again. With a loud boom, the void rumbled. The 9 transcending heaven, realm, heavenly lords' divine abilities were all shattered at once. Moreover, the power of the punch was still vast and mighty. It shattered the 9 divine abilities and sent them flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Such a scene caused the 9 heaven-span heavenly masters' expressions to change again. The 12-winged saint emissary and the few void sky realm experts who were still alive trembled violently. It was just a punch that was thrown out with pure physical strength, but it actually had such power. It was even more terrifying than before. Activate the artifact. Among the 9 heaven-span heavenly masters, one of them gritted his teeth. A seal flew out from his body, blooming with dazzling light. It was an extremely powerful heaven-span Emperor divine weapon that seemed to be able to suppress everything. At the same time, the other 8 heaven-span heavenly masters also took action. At this time, they all summoned their powerful heaven-span Emperor divine weapons. The 9 heaven-span Emperor divine weapons merged together, and the 9 heaven-span heavenly masters activated them with all their might. The killing aura they exuded was as vast as the ocean, surging and terrifying. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse. His eyes narrowed, and then he sneered. "Not bad," he said, and directly rushed towards the 9 heaven-span heavenly masters. Insolent, the 9 heaven-span heavenly masters' faces turned cold. The 9 heaven-span heavenly masters' Emperor divine weapons blasted out a vast killing aura together with their divine abilities. The killing power was 10 times stronger than when they only used ordinary divine abilities. It seemed to be able to annihilate everything. However, in the next moment, with a boom, Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse and punched out, directly dispersing the 9 heaven-span heavenly masters' Emperor divine weapons. Swoosh! After dispersing the 9 heaven-span heavenly masters' Emperor divine weapons, Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse and appeared in front of one of the heaven-span heavenly masters in a single step. He punched the opponent's chest, directly shattering his body, and then snatched the opponent's heaven-span Emperor divine weapon. It was a short dagger, engraved with dense, strange runes, as if it could easily cut through everything. Lin Tian held it, and naturally he instantly felt that it was extraordinary. It contained very amazing heaven-span saint energy. "Let go!" The other 8 heaven-span heavenly masters shouted coldly. With shock and anger, they attacked at the same time, once again bombarding Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted. With just a simple punch, he had annihilated the 8 heaven-span heavenly masters' attacks. Then he shook a wisp of saint energy in the ancient corpse and forcibly erased the spiritual imprint of the other heaven-span heavenly masters in the short dagger. "Hand over your Emperor divine weapons too." He sneered and put away the short dagger. Then he controlled the ancient corpse and directly raised his hand to suppress the other 8 heaven-span heavenly masters. Chapter 2133. No one knew exactly how powerful the ancient corpse was. At this time, Lin Tian mobilized the ancient corpse's saint power. 2 beams of light shot out like 2 peerless swords, piercing through the dagger's owner in the blink of an eye. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. This transcending heaven expert was once again blasted apart. He couldn't withstand such a sharp gaze at all. At the same time, Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse to cover the other 8 heavenly masters. For a moment, The 8 heavenly masters could not withstand the attacks of the ancient corpse. They were all sent flying, each of them coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. It was also at this time that Lin Tian raised his hand again, controlling the ancient corpse to grab the emperor weapons of the 8 heavenly masters. 1. He mobilized the ancient corpse's saint power and erased the spiritual imprints of the 8 emperor weapons in an instant, then stored them into his body. Many thanks to all of you. He laughed. In such a short time, he had seized the emperor weapons of the 9 sections. Monarch weapons were priceless treasures in every sect. The 8 heavenly masters steadied themselves, each of them shocked and furious. Give it back. It was difficult for many ordinary, transcending heaven experts to own an emperor weapon, because they were the heavenly masters of the celestial court and were much stronger than ordinary, transcending heaven experts. They all had their own emperor weapons. But now, Lin Tian had taken them away. At the same time, the heavenly master who had his dagger taken away reformed his body and pounced at Lin Tian. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse, smiled coldly, and swung out a palm. This time, he had used even more strength. Poof! 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 Blood splattered as the 9 transcending heaven masters were sent flying again. Cracks appeared on their bodies, and blood flowed continuously. At this time, Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse to step forward, appearing in front of one of the heavenly masters in an instant, and punch down. With a poof, the heavenly master's body was smashed to pieces. Damn it! His divine soul escaped, and with fear and anger he quickly retreated, distancing himself from the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian's speed was much faster than his, and he took a step forward. Die! Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse and punched out again. This time, the power of the punch was even stronger than before. The heavenly master's soul trembled, feeling as if a heavenly river was crashing down on him. He couldn't help but shout, "Stop!" Sky-reaching level fighters are also afraid of death, aren't they? Lin Tianling smiled. The force of his fist did not diminish in the slightest. In the next breath, it landed squarely on this person's spirit body. With a hiss, the man's divine soul was shattered into pieces. In this place, the few void heaven experts who were still alive felt their hearts tremble. How long had it been? Another lord of the celestial court had been killed. The 12-winged Saint Emissary was also shocked and angry. He couldn't help but roar, "What are you doing? Bring out all your strength. Go all out." Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at him. With a light flick of his finger, a wave of air vibrated, turning into a ray of light that shot towards the Saint Emissary. This ray of light was the force generated by the vibrations in the air. It directly pierced through the 12-winged Saint Emissary, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Don't be so noisy. Watch quietly from the side, and I'll let you live a little longer. Lin Tian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. It would be very easy for him to kill this 12-winged Saint Emissary now. However, he deliberately didn't kill him at this time because he wanted to keep him alive to find out some other things he wanted to know from him. Moreover, he had other plans after this, and these plans also required the Saint Emissary to be alive. A bloody hole appeared in the 12-winged Saint Emissary's chest. His face turned pale as he glared at Lin Tian. "Aunt, how dare you?" Slap. Lin Tian raised his hand, controlled the ancient corpse, and slapped the Saint Emissary's face, sending him flying. A few teeth, mixed with blood, fell to the ground. "I told you not to be so noisy," he said. He still controlled the strength of his slap. Otherwise, he could have destroyed the 12-winged divine emissary's body and soul with a single slap while controlling the ancient corpse. That was because the 12-winged divine emissary was only a dominator. "My lord, how dare you?" The 8 heavenly masters who were still alive were shocked and furious. They all rushed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tianling smiled and controlled the ancient corpse to meet them head-on. I'll send you to hell, he said as he controlled the ancient corpse to throw a punch. The strength he used was much stronger than before. The 8 heavenly masters of the celestial court all used their special abilities and secret techniques to resist with all their might. However, they couldn't stop him at all. Poof! After a few breaths, one of them exploded. His spirit body didn't escape far before it was hit by Lin Tianyi's punch. His physical body shattered and completely disappeared. Continue. He looked at the other 7 heavenly masters and didn't show any mercy. He controlled the ancient corpse and violently punched them again and again. This space kept crumbling. The ground kept collapsing. No, a miserable scream echoed. Soon, another heavenly master was killed, his body and soul destroyed. The remaining 6 heavenly masters all had fear in their eyes. They all moved to the side of the 12-winged Saint Emissary. "My lord, let's leave first," one of them said. The ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian was too terrifying. Just its physical strength alone could crush everything. They felt that it was even more frightening than the ancient, ancestor-level existences of the celestial court. They couldn't stop it at all. "Leave? You have no room to escape now." Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse and walked over. He had already mobilized the saint power within the ancient corpse and completely sealed off the surrounding space. An ordinary heavenly master would never be able to break this seal. He stepped forward and controlled the ancient corpse. His giant hand pressed down on the 6 heavenly masters. The terrifying pressure shook the world. The 6 heavenly masters were shocked and angry. They had no choice but to meet the attack head-on because Lin Tian's ancient corpse had sealed off the surrounding space. Boom! A terrifying collision occurred. The space here was constantly destroyed. The 6 heavenly masters were sent flying again and again. Blood splattered everywhere. Then miserable screams rang out one after another. Lin Tian did not feel the slightest bit of pressure when facing these sky-level existences while controlling the ancient corpse to fight. This was a completely one-sided battle. He only needed to use the ancient corpse's flesh shell to throw a simple punch, and the attacks and defenses of these people were completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 breaths passed, and another 5 transcending heaven masters were killed by Lin Tian. Only one heaven master remained alive. Looking at Lin Tian, his face was filled with fear, and he couldn't help but stagger backward. Lin Tian smiled. He glanced at the 12-winged Saint Emissary and the few void sky masters who were still alive. He controlled the ancient corpse and walked towards the last heavenly master. However, in the next moment, his footsteps suddenly stopped and his heart palpitated. Chapter 2134. What's going on? Lin Tian's heart palpitated. He had entered the ancient corpse's body with his spirit and controlled it. He clearly didn't ask the corpse to move a finger, but the corpse moved on its own. This made his spirit feel cold. Immediately, he stopped where he was and carefully examined the inside of the corpse. However, he didn't find any abnormalities. There was no sign of life, and the soul in his sea of consciousness didn't exist at all. Was it my imagination? He muttered to himself. There was no spirit, no sign of life, and no death chi. Such a corpse couldn't move no matter what. He paused in place and sensed every corner of the corpse again. In the end, he still couldn't find any abnormalities, so he stopped thinking about it. He looked at the last transcending heaven master and stepped over. Seeing Lin Tian walk over, the heaven master trembled. "Stop! You're going against the celestial court. Don't tell me you have." "Shut up," Lin Tian said. He instantly appeared in front of the heaven master and punched him. With a puff, the transcending heaven master was directly smashed into pieces, and only his spirit was barely preserved. However, before the other party's spirit could escape, Lin Tian attacked again. Another punch was thrown. Chi! With a soft sound, the heaven master's spirit was shattered along with his body. He was completely destroyed. Heavenly masters, how could this be? The few Void Sky rank experts who were still alive couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian tilted his head and swept a glance at these people. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding air vibrated and several spatial blades swept out. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered everywhere. The heavily injured Void Sky rank experts couldn't resist at all. Their bodies were instantly shattered, and even their spirits were annihilated. For a time, only the 12-winged Saint Envoy of the Celestial Court was left. Upon seeing the 12-winged sacred emissary, Lin Tian stepped forward and steered the ancient corpse towards him. Facing Lin Tian's ancient corpse, the 12-winged Saint Envoy was both shocked and furious. His eyes were filled with coldness. Despicable human, do you dare to fight me with your true body? True body? Lin Tiandao asked. A few days ago, weren't you chased by my true body like a stray dog? You, the 12-winged sacred emissary, was speechless and furious. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse and appeared in front of him in a single step. The 12-winged emissary couldn't help but take a step back. He shouted, "Stop! I am the god of heaven." Bang! Lin Tian waved his fist, directly interrupting him, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Of course, he didn't use much strength in this punch. Otherwise, he would have directly smashed the other party to death. You've been slaughtering thousands of creatures, collecting their life essence, and even destroying one universe after another. What exactly is your purpose? He looked at the other party and asked. This was what he wanted to know the most at the moment. It was hard for him to imagine how ambitious the Heavenly Court was to destroy one universe after another. Blood was gushing out of the 12-winged emissary's mouth. Facing Lin Tian's question, he gritted his teeth and said, "I won't tell you. You worm, you don't have the..." Slap. Lin Tian raised his hand and cut off the other party's words. He directly slapped the other party's face, leaving a clear handprint on the other party's face. You really don't understand the current situation at all. How dare you be so arrogant as a prisoner? Lin Tiandao sneered. Do you think that if you don't tell me I won't know? Do you think I don't know how to search your mind and soul? As he spoke, he released his divine thought and spread it into the other party's mind. He began to search for what he wanted to know in the other party's mind. The 12-winged emissary trembled. His eyes were filled with fear. He shouted, "Stop, stop! That's a taboo. There is a restrictive seal protecting it. I can't say it, and you can't touch it. Otherwise, it will explode, and we will all die." When Lin Tian heard this, he was shocked. What he wanted to know was considered a taboo in the Celestial Court. There was a restrictive seal in the 12-winged emissary's mind, something like the God-shattering pattern. Some ancient inheritances would plant the God-shattering pattern in the minds of disciples who cultivated the important ancient scriptures or knew the core information in order to protect their clan's important ancient scriptures or core information from leaking. Once the person with the God-shattering pattern wanted to leak the important ancient scriptures or core information, or if someone tried to search his soul, the God-shattering pattern would explode. The more powerful the God-shattering pattern was, the more terrifying its power would be after it exploded. Lin Tian's heart froze. The restrictive seal that the 12-winged emissary spoke of was something like the God-shattering pattern. Moreover, it should have been imprinted by a very powerful person. Otherwise, the 12-winged emissary would not be so terrified. My current body is comparable to the ancient ancestors of the Celestial Court. The explosion of your restrictive seal might not be able to threaten me. He looked at the other party and probed. Don't do anything rash. The 12-winged emissary said anxiously. When he heard Lin Tian's words, the fear on his face became even more intense. This is an imprint of my clan's absolute saint. Even if someone 1,000 times stronger than the ancient ancestors touched it, their body and soul would be destroyed instantly. When Lin Tian heard this, his heart froze again. Someone 1,000 times stronger than the ancient ancestors of the celestial court would die instantly? Was the restrictive seal in this person's mind that terrifying? Then, how terrifying was the person who had imprinted such a restrictive seal? His eyes turned cold, and the divine thought that had entered the emissary's mind immediately moved. However, this was not the time to search for the reason why the celestial court had massacred thousands of creatures to collect life essence and destroy universes. This was because, after hearing the 12-winged emissary's words, he was more or less afraid. If what the emissary said was true, then he would be courting death if he rashly tried to investigate such matters. At this time, he began to search for the strength of the other party's clan. He believed that such matters were definitely not taboo. Very quickly, a few dozen breaths passed. His eyes were filled with shock, and he could not help but gasp. After searching the emissary's mind, he had a rough idea of the strength of this clan. There are not many people in this clan, but their bloodline was very special. Every one of them was comparable to an ordinary king body. The more powerful they were, the more wings they had. Among them, 12 wings were equivalent to the ruler realm, 14 wings to the void sky realm, 16 wings to the heaven ascension realm, 18 wings to the celestial court ancient ancestor, and 36 wings to the celestial court ancient ancestor, who was 10,000 times stronger than the ancient ancestors of the celestial court. Above them, there were even 48 wings, and the strongest 72 wings. This he was shocked. Chapter 2135. After searching the 12-winged saint's sea of consciousness, Lin Tian was truly shocked. The other party's race was simply too terrifying. Why, are you scared now? The 12-winged saint naturally knew that Lin Tian had found the strength of his race in his sea of consciousness. Seeing Lin Tian's shocked expression, he thought that Lin Tian was scared. He couldn't help but sneer and say, "Now let me go obediently. Otherwise, the one waiting for you will be me." Slap. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped him directly. The 12-winged saint was instantly shocked and furious. "You!" Lin Tian actually slapped him again. "What are you talking about? I already warned you a long time ago. A prisoner should have the awareness of a prisoner. How dare you threaten me?" Lin Tian looked at him, raised his hand, and slapped him again. The other party's race was terrifying, but so what? He was never afraid of strong enemies. No matter how terrifying the enemy was, they were still enemies. These people were meant to be slaughtered, not feared or surrendered. The 12-winged saint's mouth was full of blood. He glared at Lin Tian angrily, but at this time he didn't dare to threaten him anymore. "That's more like it," Lin Tian sneered. Then he controlled the ancient corpse and imprisoned the 12-winged saint. He walked toward the palace in this place. The interior of the palace was very luxurious. He didn't care about it and went straight to the center of the palace. There was a stone room here. He pushed open the stone room and entered. At a glance, he saw 2 altars in the middle of the stone room. One of the altars had a jade bottle on it. The aura of life around it was extremely strong, as if there was a great world formed by the aura of life inside. As for the other altar, there was a cold awl in the center. It was made of an unknown material. It was covered with extremely mysterious ancient runes. Most of them were inserted into the altar. Looking at the jade bottle and the cold awl, Lin Tian's eyes immediately narrowed. A container for collecting life essence. A forbidden weapon that can destroy a great world. Outside the palace, when he was searching the sea of consciousness of the 12-winged sacred emissary, he had also searched for the artifacts of these 2 sections. He already had detailed information about them, which was why he had come here directly. He looked at the pristine jade bottle. From the outside, he could already sense how terrifying the life essence qi inside was. It was boundless, and it was still rapidly increasing. There was constantly new life essence, qi, fusing into it. He naturally knew the reason. The vessel was placed here to absorb the life essence of the creatures that had just died in this world. Now, the cultivators of the celestial court were wantonly massacring various regions in this world. Living creatures were constantly dying, so the life essence was naturally flowing towards this place. As he looked at the pristine jade bottle and thought about these matters, a cold glint involuntarily flashed in his eyes. In order to gather the life essence of all living beings, they had wantonly slaughtered all living beings. Such actions were simply inhumane. Then he shifted his gaze and looked at the coal doll. He took a few steps forward to look at it, and his soul couldn't help but tremble slightly. It is indeed terrifying, he muttered to himself. At this moment, just by looking at the coal doll, he felt as if a destructive storm was brewing within it. It was as if it was going to pounce on him and annihilate him directly. This feeling was extremely horrifying, and it made him feel a rare sense of horror. It's a pity that I can't take it down. From the information obtained from the sea of consciousness of the 12-winged sacred emissary, this Songhan all had completely integrated into this extremely large world. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to take it out, even if he was a heavenly master. Looking at the coal doll, he shook his head. Then, his gaze fell on the pristine jade bottle again. After looking at it for a few breaths, he glanced at the 12-winged sacred emissary who was imprisoned by him and said, "Give the order. Have all the cultivators of the celestial court who are wantonly in this large world rush back here." The 12-winged sacred emissary gritted his teeth. "Have all of them come back? What do you want to do?" He did not know the purpose of Lin Tian's actions, but he was 100% sure that Lin Tian was definitely brewing something bad for the celestial court. Nothing much. Gather them all together and then kill them all. Lin Tian was very calm. The 12-winged sacred emissary had a very special status in the celestial court. As long as he gave the order, the cultivators of the celestial court in this large world would definitely not disobey. They would definitely rush back here as soon as possible. At that time, he would attack mercilessly. He would control the ancient corpses and wipe out all the cultivators of the celestial court who had returned here. Actually, there was no real benefit to him doing this. However, the celestial court was obviously his enemy. Doing this could deal a blow to the celestial court. Moreover, it was not difficult in itself. He could easily use the 12-winged sacred emissary to control the ancient corpses. Since that was the case, why not do it? What did you say? The 12-winged sacred emissary's expression changed. Impossible. I would never do that. Slap. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped him again. As I said, a prisoner should have the awareness of a prisoner. You have no room to bargain now. Lin Tian spoke. He stared at the other party and said, "Obediently do as I say, and I'll let you live after that. Otherwise, I'll crush you right now." The 12-winged sacred emissary's expression changed immediately. Facing Lin Tian's threat, he could not help but tremble. You, clang. Lin Tian's mind moved, and the heaven-level dagger that he had snatched previously appeared in his hand. He intertwined his heaven-level aura and pressed it directly on the 12-winged sacred emissary's neck. "I don't have much patience. Are you going to do it or not?" He held the dagger and exerted a little force. Instantly, a cut appeared on the 12-winged sacred emissary's neck. Bright red blood immediately gushed out. The 12-winged sacred emissary could not help but tremble. After a moment of panic, he said, "Stop! I will do it. I will do it." Under the threat of death, the 12-winged sacred emissary had no choice but to submit. He immediately used a special method. After a few seconds, he sent an order to this great world. The order included his voice and divine sense imprint, asking all the cultivators of the celestial court to immediately rush back to this place. This order will not be received immediately. It will take more than 2 hours for people to rush back here. Looking at Lin Tian, the 12-winged sacred emissary of the Celestial Protector clan, said, "Can you let me go now?" "Let you go?" Lin Tian looked at him. "Why? The 12-winged sacred emissary was shocked and said angrily, "You promised just now that as long as I do as you say, you will let me live." Hearing this, Lin Tian could not help but laugh. "You believe the words of your enemy?" The 12-winged sacred emissary trembled and became even more shocked and angry. You dare to lie? Shut up. You can be on your way." Lin Tiandao interrupted the other party's next words and directly smacked him into oblivion with a single palm strike. For a moment, this place became silent. Lin Tian did not care. Killing the 12-winged sacred emissary was like cutting a blade of grass. His gaze moved and landed on the pristine jade bottle. The pristine jade bottle was only a container for collecting life essence. There were no special restrictions on it. He directly raised his hand and poured out his soul power. He easily took the bottle from the altar and scanned it with his divine sense. Then he was immediately shocked and could not help but gasp. The space in the pristine jade bottle was very big. It was as if it could hold an extremely great world. At this moment, the life essence inside was so vast that it had condensed into a substantial light mist. If I cultivate with this life essence, I might be able to step into the sovereign realm in an extremely short time. Chapter 2136. The pristine jade bottle looked very small, but the space inside was very vast. The life essence contained in it was so dense that Lin Tian was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such dense life essence since he started cultivating. Kill all the cultivators from the celestial court who came here, then leave this world and find a hidden place to refine it. He muttered to himself. Although he was shocked by how dense the life essence in the pristine jade bottle was, he was not surprised. After all, the celestial court had slaughtered countless creatures since they entered this world. After these creatures died, their life essence was absorbed into the pristine jade bottle. It was very normal for it to have such a capacity. Immediately, he put away the pristine jade bottle, and then his spiritual soul walked out of the ancient corpse. This ancient corpse was very terrifying. The pressure inside was too great. His spiritual soul had been under great pressure since he entered it, and could not hold on for long. At this time, taking advantage of the fact that the cultivators from the celestial court still had about 2 hours before they arrived, he temporarily let his spiritual soul rest. His spiritual soul stood beside the ancient corpse and stared at it seriously. At this time he remembered that the ancient corpse suddenly moved on its own. It must be an illusion. Don't make a mistake and suddenly turn into a corpse. He did not know how strong this ancient corpse was when it was alive. If it suddenly turned into a corpse, he would be in trouble. In the blink of an eye, he would be swallowed up, and not even a bone would be left. Thinking of this, his spiritual soul stood aside and activated the heavenly One Soul mantra alone. This ancient scripture contained endless formations, and at the same time, it was also a saint art for tempering the soul. It was very effective for strengthening the spiritual soul. As he activated the heavenly One Soul mantra, his spiritual soul shone, and his spiritual power surged, becoming stronger and stronger. Soon, more than 2 hours passed. A light flashed in his eyes as he looked outside the palace. "They're here." He sneered. At this time, he felt the pressure of the heavenly transcendence realm approaching. There were exactly 20 of them, no more and no less. He could guess that these were the 20 heavenly masters who had entered this world to fight in various areas. These people's cultivation was very strong, and they were obviously many times faster than the other heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Immediately, his spiritual soul moved and directly entered the ancient corpse. "My lord, where are you? What happened here?" The 20 heaven lords rushed into the palace one after another, their voices filled with panic. When they returned to this place, they saw that the palace had been damaged from the outside. Moreover, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who had been guarding outside were nowhere to be seen. Large amounts of blood had fallen to the ground, causing their hearts to beat wildly. As they spoke, they headed towards the stone room in the depths of the palace. Clearly, They knew that the jade bottle that could absorb life essence and the forbidden artifact that could destroy this world were in there. In the blink of an eye, the 20 Heaven Masters arrived at the stone chamber. Then the 20 people all saw Lin Tian inside, and all of them were moved, their expressions changing greatly. Who is it? These people had heard about Lin Tian from the 12-winged emissary and knew what Lin Tian looked like. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's spirit had entered the ancient corpse. All they could see was the ancient corpse. Naturally, they did not know who was standing in front of them. Moreover, these people saw that the pristine jade bottle had disappeared, and they couldn't find the 12-winged Saint Emissary either. Their faces turned even colder. Where is that lord? Where is the pristine jade bottle? Did you take it? The 20 Heaven Masters stared at the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian, their eyes filled with killing intent. Their immortal ascension realm auras sealed off the surroundings. Then one of them directly raised his hand and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian sneered and did not say anything unnecessary. He controlled the ancient corpse to take a step forward and threw a punch forward. The violent punch pierced through the palace, and wave after wave of terrifying fist power swept out. With a bang, the Heaven Master who attacked was sent flying. While he was still in the air, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The Heaven Master who attacked stabilized himself in the distance, a look of shock on his face. He didn't hold back when he attacked just now, but now he was sent flying with a single punch. Moreover, he was seriously injured. The power of that punch made his heart tremble. At the same time, the other 19 Heaven Masters were also shocked by the scene before them. There's not a trace of life. This isn't a living person. Someone is controlling this corpse. Just who are you? These Heaven Masters were all extraordinary people, so their eyesight was naturally extraordinary. At this moment, they saw many things. Who am I? Lin Tian smiled and said, Didn't that winged one give you guys an order to seal off this world and then have you guys search the entire world for me? Tell me, who am I? At this time, he didn't mind revealing his identity. It wasn't a big deal, and it wouldn't affect him in any way. Hearing his words, the 20 Heaven Masters were all shocked. It's you, the reincarnation body. How dare you, barging into this place? Where is that lord? Where is he? The 20 Heaven Masters shouted. Naturally, I killed him, Lin Tian casually said. He wanted to see how these Heaven Masters would react when they learned that the 12-winged Holy Emissary had been killed. What? You dare to kill that person? Are you crazy? Damn it, you. How dare you? The 20 Heaven Masters were shocked to the extreme. At the same time, their eyes were filled with horror. They knew very well how terrifying the tribe behind the 12-winged Holy Emissary was. The 12-winged Holy Emissary was their emissary to destroy this world, and they were his subordinates. But now, the 12-winged Holy Emissary had been killed. If that tribe found out about this, none of them would be able to escape responsibility. They would all be punished. Even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Bastard. At this moment, the 20 Heaven Masters didn't even think about where the other 10 Heaven Masters had gone. Nor did they care about the pristine jade bottle. They were all extremely shocked and furious. All of them stared at Lin Tian and attacked together, crazily attacking Lin Tian. Lin Tianling smiled. You all are really afraid of that tribe. Your expressions are worth admiring. As he finished speaking, he controlled the ancient corpse and swung his fist without holding back. Dong! He had used a significant amount of strength in this punch. The pure physical strength had shattered all the techniques of the 20 Heaven Lords, and even the palace itself had collapsed along with it. The stone room where the forbidden frost all was placed also collapsed. However, he wasn't worried that the forbidden artifact would explode. From the 12-winged Holy Emissary's sea of consciousness, he knew that it required at least 10 Heaven Ascension stage experts to cast the forbidden artifact. It would take at least 100 breaths to activate it. Other methods wouldn't be able to cause it to react at all. Chapter 2137. The palace collapsed. At the same time, blood splattered in the air. It was all the blood of the sky-level powerhouses. The 20 sky-level powerhouses of the Celestial Court were all sent flying. They were all in a sorry state. These people stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. With just a single punch, all the divine spells they had cast were destroyed, and all of them suffered heavy injuries. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse and walked out from the middle of the ruined palace. He looked at the 20 Celestial Court powerhouses with a calm expression. Now, with the ancient corpse as a weapon, the sky-level powerhouses who were originally difficult for him to deal with at this stage were as weak as ants. Boom! Looking at the 20 Celestial Court powerhouses, he waved his fist again and enveloped all 20 of them. Moreover, he vibrated his spiritual soul and used some of the saint power in the ancient corpse. Immediately, the sky trembled. The 20 sky-level powerhouses resisted with all their might, but they could not resist Lin Tian, who was controlling the ancient corpse. They were sent flying again and again. Summon the Emperor weapons! Someone shouted. The 20 sky-level powerhouses took out their Emperor weapons one after another. Each Emperor weapon was extraordinary. However, it was still useless. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse and slapped out. Suddenly, the sky and earth were turned upside down, and everything was shattered. The Emperor weapons of the 20 powerhouses were taken out one after another, and he put them all away. Thanks. Looking at the 20 powerhouses, he sneered. In the blink of an eye, he had obtained another 20 Emperor weapons. Their value was shocking. Then he controlled the ancient corpse and attacked again. This time, it was even more ruthless. Puff! Blood splattered. One of the sky-level powerhouses was hit by a destructive blow, and his body and soul were destroyed. Lin Tian sneered and controlled the ancient corpse to attack the other 19 heaven masters. Boom! He only threw out a simple punch, but the pure strength of his body was like the weight of the sky. The destructive aura was shocking. On this day, in this place, it was a complete disaster for the heaven masters of the Celestial Court. The ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian was too strong. These beings, who were usually high and mighty, could not resist at all in the face of the ancient corpse. No. Screams echoed and blood splattered. Lin Tian attacked mercilessly, controlling the ancient corpse and killing the sky-level heaven masters one after another. In just a quarter of an hour, the 20 heaven masters of the Celestial Court who rushed to this place were all killed by him. It was also at this time that the space in the distance trembled, and the other experts of the heavenly court who had entered this extreme world rushed back here. This place. Who are you? At this time, the cultivators of the Celestial Court who rushed to this place were extremely large. The strongest among them was, at the void sky, rank. Seeing the temporary camp of the Celestial Court turned into ruins, with blood everywhere, and only the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian standing there, they all asked coldly. Lin Tian did not waste time talking nonsense with these people. He used his divine soul to operate the weapon control technique and activated the dozens of sky-level artifacts he had seized before. He directly started a merciless slaughter of the cultivators of the Celestial Court who had returned to this place. Cries of agony reverberated in the air. Lin Tian had summoned a piercing heaven-grade artifact, and he had even infused a strand of the ancient corpse's saint energy into it. How could these void sky-grade cultivators possibly withstand such an attack? Immediately, blood mist exploded one after another. No one could withstand the next blow, and they all died instantly. You dare to go against the Celestial Court. You will not have a good ending. These cultivators of the Celestial Court were shocked, angry, and frightened, but there was nothing they could do. Under the attack of the dozens of sky-level artifacts controlled by Lin Tian, they exploded one after another. In the distance, whooshing sounds could be heard again. The other celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court who had entered this celestial world had rushed back one after another. Seeing the scene in front of them and Lin Tian's massacre, they were all shocked. Lin, Tianji sneered. He controlled the emperor weapons to attack mercilessly. Anyone who returned to this place was immediately locked on by his divine sense. The dozens of emperor weapons slashed out dense killing lights, killing the celestial court cultivators one after another. Screams echoed in this place, one after another. On this day, he waited here with the ancient corpse, killing more and more celestial court cultivators. The ground here was dyed red with blood, and it was a ghastly sight. In the process, of course, not all the celestial court cultivators who returned here were killed by him. This was because some of the celestial soldiers and celestial generals saw the situation here from afar and fled in fear. He could not stop all of them. Thus, after an unknown period of time, there were gradually no more celestial court cultivators returning here. He stopped driving the ancient corpse. It's about time. He did not know how many celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court he had killed while waiting here. It was certain that he had killed all the celestial court cultivators who had entered this extreme world above the saint venerable level. The rest were saint kings and cultivators below the saint king level. These cultivators of the celestial court who were still alive all knew about the changes in this place. Some of them had rushed back here to witness the changes with their own eyes and successfully escaped. Others had learned from the cultivators of the celestial court that they had successfully escaped, that there would be no more celestial soldiers and celestial generals rushing back here. Naturally, he would not go to this world to kill these people. There was no need for that. He stood where he was and glanced at the center of the collapsed palace. There, the forbidden weapon that could destroy this extreme world still existed. It's time to leave, he muttered to himself. He did not have the ability to deal with the forbidden weapon now, so he could only leave it be. At this time, he was ready to leave this world and find a secluded place to refine the life essence in the jade bottle. He would improve his cultivation and then find the little Taichu and the white tiger. The reason why he did not refine the life essence in the jade bottle in this extreme world was because the changes in this place would soon spread to the ears of other cultivators of the celestial court. After that, there might be ancient ancestor-level cultivators of the celestial court who would rush to this world. If he continued to stay in this world, it would not be safe. At this moment, he drove the ancient corpse and directly blasted open the world barrier of this extreme world with a punch. He then stepped out. After leaving this extreme world, he appeared in the starry sky of this universe. He concealed his aura and walked through the starry sky. Soon after, he found an abandoned barren planet and directly stepped into it. He entered a barren mountain on this abandoned planet. Now, the celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court were wanton in various areas of this universe. They killed thousands of creatures and then destroyed many extreme worlds. Under such circumstances, some abandoned barren planets were the safest. This was because there was no need for him to come to these extreme worlds for the time being. Generally, he would first go to the extreme worlds that were densely populated. He entered this barren mountain, and his spirit returned to his body. He began to dig a mountain cave and set up layers of ceiling formations. Then he took out the jade bottle. Begin. Chapter 2138. The essence of life within the jade bottle was extremely dense, as if it was a great world formed from the essence of life. It was very intimidating. Lin Tian channeled the Sun Heart Sutra and placed the jade bottle in front of him. He drew out the life essence chi from the bottle, causing his body to be completely surrounded by the life essence chi. Using this ancient sutra to refine the thick life essence chi, his essence, chi, and soul quickly increased. Outside his body, the divine radiance gradually became brighter and brighter, and his cultivation rose strand by strand. At the same time, being surrounded by the dense essence of life and drowning his body, he felt that his divine senses had undergone some kind of qualitative change. They became extremely sharp, and he could clearly sense everything around him. He could even hear the sounds of ants crawling thousands of kilometers away. On the other hand, at this moment, he felt that he could instantly understand some of the techniques and spells that he usually found difficult to comprehend. It was as if a supreme expert was enlightening him. This caused him to be moved. When the thick life essence submerged his body, there was actually still such an effect. Afterwards, he immediately stopped cultivating with the essence of life. Light intertwined in his eyes. Let's create a technique first. Back when he had stepped into the realm of Saint Ruler, he had begun to create an ancient sutra that suited him. However, the process was too difficult, and he had never created an ancient sutra. He had only comprehended the Tai Chi divine domain. At this moment, being surrounded by the dense essence of life, his perception and comprehension had skyrocketed, becoming several hundred times stronger than usual. At this moment, he decided to use the dense essence of life to create a technique first. As for increasing his cultivation, he felt that there was no need to rush it for now. Right now, to him, creating a core ancient sutra that belonged to him was more important than increasing his cultivation. Immediately, within the dense essence of life, he began to meditate and comprehend all the ancient sutras and secret techniques that he had cultivated. He integrated all the ancient sutras and divine techniques, gaining a deeper understanding. Then he began to experiment with a new circulation of Saint Force. Buzz. In the midst of this rich life essence, his perception had improved tremendously. Inspiration was flowing in endlessly. Previously, it was difficult for him to think of a way to circulate the saint energy, but at this moment, one after another, he began to experiment. He tried to circulate the saint energy in his body in various ways that he could think of. He memorized the feeling brought by the saint energy every time he used it in his heart. Then he began to reshape and refine the various ways to circulate the saint energy. Time flew by like the sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, he coughed up blood. In the process of creating the technique, just like before, he suffered a bit of backlash. However, the light in his eyes was much brighter than before. Although he was coughing up blood at this time, a new set of saint energy circulation methods that belonged to him was faintly appearing in his mind. Although it was still a little vague, it made his inspiration stronger. He felt that he would succeed soon. Continue. Immediately, he drew out more life essence to surround himself as he continued to experiment with the operation of the saint power. During this process, it seemed to have temporarily increased his perception. The life essence in the pristine jade bottle was also being consumed rapidly. Just like that, time continued to pass. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, 1 month. A month had passed, and the life essence was being consumed rapidly. At this time, more than half of the rich life essence in the pristine jade bottle had been consumed. It was also at this time that a special saint light suddenly appeared outside of Lin Tian's body. It was intertwined with 9 different colors. It was crystal clear, vast and distant. As the 9-colored saint light appeared, the thin spiritual chi of heaven and earth around him quickly surged toward him. Then, as the 9-colored saint light outside of his body gradually became thicker, the grand ceiling formation that he had set up in this place was completely ineffective. It could not isolate his aura, causing the entire ancient star to tremble slightly. All the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire star seemed to have a mind of its own as it rushed toward this place and drowned him in an instant. Even the starry sky outside of this ancient star was trembling. The starry sky origin energy turned into silver starlight and directly broke through the star barrier outside the ancient star, entering the ancient star. In the blink of an eye, it reached the place where he was cultivating in seclusion and drowned him together with the spiritual chi of the ancient star. After a few breaths, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the other stars around this ancient star in the starry sky also rushed toward this place. In the starry sky, a group of celestial soldiers and celestial generals from the celestial court had just slaughtered a few stars. When they passed by this star, they were immediately shocked when they saw the scene. The starry sky origin energy and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the nearby stars were swept into a star in this area. This was very unusual. Let's go and take a look, the leader said. He was an expert at the peak of the Saint Venerable level. His gaze fell on the ancient star where Lin Tian was cultivating in seclusion. Immediately, the group of celestial soldiers and celestial generals stepped forward and directly entered the star. Following the direction of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the starry sky origin energy, they quickly arrived at the place where Lin Tian was cultivating in seclusion. Then they saw Lin Tian at a glance. Nine-colored saint light. Seeing Lin Tian in seclusion, the group of celestial soldiers and celestial generals all changed their expressions at the same time. Even the Saint Venerable in the lead was no exception. They had cultivated for so long, but this was the first time they had seen someone who could emit 9-colored saint light. It made them instinctively feel a sense of horror. My lord, this person must not be left alive. A quasi-saint celestial soldier said, his voice involuntarily trembling. Yes, he is in seclusion now. Take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. Beside him, another quasi-saint also spoke. His voice did not tremble, but his face had unknowingly turned pale. At this time, there was clearly no terrifying pressure outside Lin Tian's body, making people feel no threat or pressure. However, looking at Lin Tian at such a close distance, these celestial soldiers and celestial generals felt their souls tremble for no reason. It was as if they were facing the source of destruction at this time. That Saint Venerable level expert also unknowingly turned pale at this time. In fact, his face was even paler than that of the ordinary quasi-saints beside him, as if he felt an even more intense sense of horror. Kill! Immediately, this person's lips trembled as he spat out these 2 words. He directly stepped forward and headed toward Lin Tiansha, who was in seclusion. At the same time, the other quasi-saints on the side attacked together. All of them unleashed powerful divine techniques to attack Lin Tian. Chapter 2139. Killing intent surged towards Lin Tian like an ocean. Over a dozen celestial soldiers, including the peak Saint Venerable, used their most powerful techniques at this moment. They appeared before Lin Tian in the blink of an eye and attacked Lin Tian together. Lin Tian sat with his legs crossed, immersed in creating his technique. However, he was still able to sense what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he sensed that someone was attacking him, so he opened his eyes slightly. His eyes seemed extremely deep at this moment, as if he was an ancient fossil that had lived for countless years. The 9-colored radiance around him leaped slightly as he opened his eyes. In the next moment, the dozen or so heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals that were charging towards him stopped in their tracks. The divine killing techniques that they had unleashed were annihilated along with the 9-colored holy radiance that danced around his body. Then, the luster of life in the eyes of the dozen or so heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals quickly faded away. From beginning to end, the celestial soldiers, including the peak Saint Venerable, did not even manage to cry out. Lin Tian's eyes deepened even more. He did not care about this at all, closing his eyes again. The 9-colored radiance leaped around him, gradually becoming even more resplendent. At the same time, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this ancient star, the starry sky origin energy in the starry sky, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and other stars around this ancient star immediately surged towards him at an even faster speed, causing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the starry sky origin energy around him to become more and more intense. Just like that, another month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the essence of life in the jade bottle had been completely used up. The nine-colored radiance around Lin Tian had become even more resplendent, profound, and distant, as if it had taken over all possibilities. Afterwards, on this day as well, Lin Tian opened his eyes at noon. There was a nine-colored luster in his eyes. Around him, the spiritual chi of the world surged as the cosmic origin energy interweaved, surrounding him as if it was worshipping him. His eyes were even more profound than a month ago, but they gradually returned to normal as he stood up from where he was. As he stood up, the spiritual chi of the world and the cosmic origin energy revolved around him, forming vortexes of spiritual chi and cosmic origin energy. They seemed to be able to devour everything. The nine-colored radiance around him was like the source light of the world. I did it. A deep light flashed through his eyes. There was a hint of joy in it as he could not help but clench his fists. In these 2 months, with the help of the rich life essence in the pristine jade bottle, his comprehension ability had increased by several hundred times. After countless experiments, he finally created a new way of operating the saint energy. This new method of circulating his saint energy was a new ancient scripture. It was an ancient scripture that belonged to him and was completely compatible with his life origin. Now, as the saint energy circulated in his body according to this new ancient scripture, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. Compared to when he circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and other ancient scriptures, his divine sense had become sharper, and the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual chi of the world was at least 10 times faster. His life origin seemed to have been unsealed once again, becoming incomparably sparkling and translucent. His potential seemed to have been completely unleashed, and his battle strength was clearly much stronger than when he circulated the other ancient scriptures. Moreover, with the circulation of this ancient scripture and the reincarnation forging spirit technique, his battle strength had increased by 20 times. 20 times compared to 10 times. Although it was only a difference of 2 times in terms of numbers, it was a qualitative change. Now, he had a feeling that with the help of this new ancient scripture, with his current second heavenly layer, holy venerate cultivation, he could even fight against experts who had just stepped into the dominator realm. Moreover, he could even defeat them. In addition, with the circulation of this new ancient scripture that was compatible with his life origin had become even brighter, as if a protective layer had formed naturally. It gave him a very clear feeling. Even if he did not conceal his life origin, ordinary people would not be able to see through his physique. Only those whose cultivation was much higher than his could see that he had the reincarnation imperial physique at a glance. Very good. He raised his hand, and 9-colored saint light swirled around him, making him extremely satisfied. He could feel that the saint light contained a powerful force that could shatter everything in the world. It even seemed to be able to affect the surrounding space. It was extremely tyrannical. Around him, the spiritual chi of the world and the starry sky origin continued to revolve around him. Moreover, even more spiritual chi of the world and the starry sky origin were converging towards him. Since it's compatible with my life origin, I'll call it the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. He was actually not good at naming things, so he would just make it simple and direct. Since this ancient scripture was compatible with his reincarnation origin, just like the reincarnation forging spiritual art and the reincarnation calamity pass song, only he could unleash the ancient scripture's power to the limit. Then he would call it the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. As soon as he finished speaking, the circulation of the Samsara Heart Sutra sped up. The surging spiritual chi of the world and the origin energy of the stars immediately surged into his body like a vast ocean, causing the 9-colored radiance around him to become even more resplendent. The essence, chi, and soul he radiated also became much stronger in an instant. Then, under his control, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the ancient star, the origin energy in the starry sky, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and other ancient stars around the ancient star stopped surging toward him and calmed down. He stood there with a faint light intertwined in his eyes. He paused, took a simple step, and instantly appeared in the starry sky. In the starry sky, the silver light intertwined, deep and beautiful. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra circulated in his body, replacing the Heart Sutra of the sun. He activated his divine consciousness. Under the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, the power of his divine consciousness was much stronger than before. In an instant, he sensed the situation in the nearby stars, as well as the situation in the many macro worlds above the starry sky. Then he took a simple step and instantly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in a new world. This was a macro world, much vaster than the starry sky. It was comparable in size to the spell realm in the primordial universe. Kill. Leave no one alive. In this macro world, shouts of killing shook the heavens. Many celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court wantonly slaughtered any living being they saw. Screams reverberated in every corner of this macro world. In this macro world, living beings were killed one after another. It was difficult to stop the army of the celestial court. Lin Tian appeared in this macro world. There was a group of celestial soldiers and celestial generals slaughtering the living beings in this area. Seeing him appear, one of them immediately rushed over. It was a divine emperor expert with a divine emperor-level precious weapon. However, this person had just arrived in front of Lin Tian when his figure stopped, after which he directly turned into ashes. Due to his killing intent, it caused the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to automatically vibrate and affect the surrounding space. His body and soul were directly destroyed. Who is it? How dare you kill a member of the Celestial Court? You're courting death. Chapter 2140. When the celestial soldiers and generals of the Celestial Court slaughtered other creatures, they thought it was right and proper. However, when they were killed, they felt that the attacker was too bold. At this time, a dozen celestial soldiers and generals rushed toward Lin Tian. Because their cultivation was lower than Lin Tian's, after Lin Tian created the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, it was difficult for them to see through Lin Tian's physique. They all carried cold killing intent. Facing these people, Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. He moved his eyes to the center of this world. It was also at this time that a dozen celestial soldiers and generals approached him, their killing intent pressing down on him. However, like the previous divine emperor-level celestial soldier, these people rushed toward Lin Tian with killing intent, but they stopped in an instant. All the divine light they released was annihilated, and then they disintegrated on their own. In the blink of an eye, they were all destroyed. What's going on? He didn't do anything just now. In this area, a group of celestial soldiers and generals saw the scene. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian, and all of them changed color. Even the practitioners of the black-yellow universe in this area, who were originally frightened by the celestial soldiers and generals of the Celestial Court, were shocked to see this scene at this time. Lin Tian did not react from beginning to end. He looked at the center of this world. Because his current position was not far from the center of this world, with his current tyrannical divine thoughts, he could naturally sense that there was a celestial court war palace in that place. There was only one Dominator-level expert, and the others were dozens of Saint Venerable-level and Saint King-level auras. Dominator-level. This is the strongest battle force that the Celestial Court has sent into this world. It's a good opportunity to test the new ancient scripture. This large world was only similar in size to the spell dimension in the primordial universe, and it was far from being able to compare to the world he resided in before. A sovereign rank expert was sufficient to easily destroy a large world like this. So, he determined that the sovereign rank expert was the strongest combat force that the heavenly court had sent to destroy this world, and there wouldn't be any other stronger experts. Moreover, he spread out his divine thoughts and did not feel a stronger aura in the celestial court or palace in this world. With that, he stepped forward and disappeared. At the same time, a large number of 9-colored sword lights appeared and attacked indiscriminately. All the celestial soldiers and generals in this area were all killed in the blink of an eye. We're saved. In this area, the practitioners of the black-yellow universe, who had been slaughtered by the celestial soldiers and generals, did not see Lin Tian take action, but they all knew that Lin Tian had killed those celestial soldiers and generals. First, they heaved a long sigh of relief, and then they were all shocked. In the face of such a group of celestial soldiers and generals, it was difficult for them to resist and could only be killed. But now Lin Tian had appeared. They did not see Lin Tian make any attack movements, but those powerful celestial soldiers and generals were all killed in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Senior. Some people bowed to the place where Lin Tian had been standing in the distance with deep respect and gratitude. They thought that Lin Tian must be a super antique living fossil who had cultivated for countless years. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? In the center of this macro world, surrounded by mountains, stood a war palace. It was a temporary war palace that the celestial court had set up after entering this macro world. Near the battle palace, dozens of Saint King-level heavenly generals were guarding the surroundings. However, their expressions were very casual. This was because, in their understanding, even an ordinary quasi-saint would be able to sweep through this kind of ordinary world. No one could stop them. In such a great world, they had set up a battle palace here. There were dozens of Saint Kings, dozens of Saint Venerables, and a sovereign realm elite. Who in this world could shake this place? Who would dare to behave atrociously here? The Celestial Masters are really making a fuss over nothing. They actually sent so many of us here to destroy such an ordinary world. Exactly. That's true, but it's not a big deal. On the contrary, it's just right. We can relax a little. These Saint Kings were chatting casually. At this moment, more than 100 feet away from the war palace, Lin Tian's figure appeared silently. After leaving the previous area, he came to this place. He took a simple step and walked toward the Celestial Court's war palace. He did not conceal his aura, so naturally he was immediately discovered by the group of Saint Kings outside the war palace. Someone dares to come here? Just kill him. These saints spoke. They did not care about Lin Tian at all. One of them casually threw a beam of killing light at him. The killing light was swift and fierce. It pierced through the void and came close to Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Then, with a whoosh, the killing light was directly shattered. Lin Tian's footsteps did not change. He just looked at the war palace and continued to walk toward it. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra had just been formed and was not yet perfect. It needed to be polished. Under such circumstances, he needed a high-level battle. This war palace had the aura of a sovereign realm expert. This level of cultivator was the most suitable for him to polish the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. He had come for that sovereign. He blocked it. He's quite capable. The Saint King who had thrown out the killing light saw that Lin Tian had shattered his killing light so easily. His eyes immediately narrowed, and then his expression turned cold. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lin Tian in a flash. He directly slapped down. However, in the next moment, under the shocked gazes of the other Saint Kings, this Saint King suddenly collapsed on his own. Not even a trace of blood was left behind. He directly turned into dust that filled the sky. Lin Tian did not move at all. He did not stop walking. At that moment, the dozens of Saint Kings felt a sense of horror. To be able to so easily annihilate a cultivator of the same level as them in the blink of an eye, such ability frightened them. This person is not simple. Reporting to the lords inside, a powerful enemy has invaded. These Saint Kings had never imagined that there would be such an existence in this world. Immediately, someone ran toward the war palace. However, this person had only run a few feet when the space in this area vibrated and an invisible pressure emerged. For a moment, this person's figure directly stopped. Then, with a poof, he exploded, and his body and soul were directly destroyed. At the same time, the dozens of other saint kings were also the same. At the same time, they collapsed one after another and turned into a bloody mist. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He continued to walk. Soon, he was dozens of feet away from the war palace. He gently flicked his finger. With a clang, the air vibrated and turned into a sharp air blade that flew out. It swept toward the celestial court war palace in front of him. It was like a peerlessly sharp divine weapon, directly splitting the war palace in half. Smoke and dust billowed, and a large part of the void was distorted. Boom! Chapter 2141. A ruler and 22 peak Saint Venerables charged out of the battle palace. Their faces were all gloomy and filled with murderous intent. After that, the group of people naturally saw Lin Tian. At the same time, they discovered that the dozens of saint rulers who had been guarding outside had all disappeared. There were specks of blood on the ground. "How dare you?" One of the Saint Venerables looked at Lin Tian with a bone-chilling gaze. At this moment, they could naturally guess that Lin Tian had destroyed the battle palace they had temporarily set up here. The dozens of saint rulers guarding outside had also been killed by Lin Tian. At the same time, they could also see that Lin Tian's cultivation was at the second heavenly layer of Saint Venerate. While they felt a chill, they were also somewhat surprised. They had never thought that there would be a cultivator at this level in such an ordinary great world. "You're courting death," one of the Saint Venerables said. Then he directly attacked. He took a step towards Lin Tian and waved his saint energy to suppress him. Lin Tian ignored them. His gaze landed on the black-robed ruler. He could vaguely sense that the other party had just stepped into the ruler realm not long ago. It was also at this moment that the Saint Venerate who attacked arrived before him. The murderous light became even sharper as it pressed down on Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian did not do anything. However, in the next moment, the powerful peak Saint Venerate suddenly trembled. The murderous intent and hostility he possessed caused the reincarnation heart sutra to rebound. The murderous light he had unleashed was directly annihilated. He was sent flying like a scarecrow and exploded in the distance. Blood splattered everywhere. Only his soul was barely preserved. However, it was covered in cracks like a fragile piece of porcelain that could shatter at any moment. This scene caused the expressions of all the celestial court's experts to change. Even the rulers' eyes narrowed. Earlier, they had clearly not seen Lin Tian move at all. However, the peak Saint Venerate attacking Lin Tian had suddenly been injured and almost died. This scene was far too strange. Damn it! The Saint Venerable level powerhouse, whose body had been destroyed, quickly reformed his body. His face was pale, and he was both shocked and angry. Just now, he had attacked Lin Tian, and the killing light he released was about to drown Lin Tian, but he was suddenly hit by an invisible force. He did not know where that force came from, but it was terrifyingly strong. At this time, the peak Sacred Venerate who had reformed his body didn't dare to rashly attack Lin Tian again, even though his face was filled with shock and anger. Because of what had just happened, he felt a sense of dread towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian noticed this person's gaze, but he didn't care at all. He only looked at the Dominator rank expert. Then, in the next moment, he moved. With a simple step, he appeared in front of the other party in an instant. Bang! 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 As he appeared in front of the Dominator rank expert, the surrounding space trembled from the natural pressure around him. An invisible force surged out, and all the Saint Venerates near the Dominator rank expert were immediately sent flying. The black-robed sovereign's pupils constricted, and his eyes were filled with shock. A second heavenly layer Saint Venerate actually had such a powerful presence. He had simply moved here, yet he had sent over 20 peak Saint Venerates flying. This was just too shocking. However, in the next moment, the shock in the Dominator's eyes turned into chilling, killing intent. No matter how powerful a second heavenly layer Saint Venerate was, he was only a Saint Venerate. However, Lin Tian a Saint Venerate, dared to charge in front of a Dominator rank expert. He clearly wanted to fight him. How arrogant! With a cold voice, the Dominator rank expert directly attacked. He slapped towards Lin Tian. Light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He did not dodge. Instead, he met the attack with a punch. His main purpose in coming here was to fight this person who had just entered the Dominator rank not long ago. He wanted to use this battle to polish the Reincarnation Sutra he had just created. Thus, there was naturally no reason for him to dodge. Then, the fist and palm collided in the blink of an eye. With a boom, an explosive sound rang out in this place, and the surrounding space was instantly destroyed. The two of them staggered back at the same time, retreating more than 10 steps away. How is this possible? His physical strength is actually not weaker than the Dominator rank expert, Lord Qi Bao. The dozens of Saint Venerates who had been sent flying had already stabilized themselves. At first, they were shocked and furious. They were shocked by Lin Tian's powerful presence. Now, they were shocked by Lin Tian's physical strength. He was clearly only a second heavenly layer Saint Venerate, but the strength of his physical body was actually not weaker than a Dominator's. The black-robe Dominator was also shocked. His eyes narrowed again. He was also shocked by Lin Tian's physical strength. However, in the next moment, his eyes turned cold again. He attacked again, using a saint technique to suppress Lin Tian. With a boom, endless blades of light appeared behind him. Each blade of light was extremely terrifying and forceful. Lin Tian was fearless. He continued to meet the attack head-on. Now that the Reincarnation Sutra had been completed, his origin source was even brighter. It had also grown a special saint membrane like a layer of seal. Those whose cultivation was not far higher than his would not be able to see his constitution at a glance. The peak Saint Venerates and the black-robe Dominator could not see his constitution anymore. They did not know that he had the Reincarnation Constitution. He stepped forward. Sword light intertwined behind him. He activated the Reincarnation Sutra. Immediately, 9-colored sword light appeared. As the sword light appeared, the expressions of the Celestial Court experts changed again. For the first time, their expressions changed. 9-colored saint power. This, generally speaking, the vital spirit divine power or saint energy that ordinary cultivators cultivated usually only had one color. However, for some special bloodlines, special physiques, or some special ancient scriptures, the vital spirit divine power and saint energy would have multiple colors. However, according to the records of ancient history, 7 colors was the limit. Moreover, it was extremely rare, less than 1 in a billion. But now, in this place, they actually found a person who had 9 colors of saint energy. This was a shocking matter. Who are you? The black-robe Dominator could not help but ask Lin Tian. His divine technique collided with Lin Tian's sword light. A destructive aura exploded in the sky. He was also shocked by Lin Tian's 9-colored saint power. In fact, when he saw the 9-colored saint force, this sovereign rank expert's heart trembled for no reason, and his god spirit could not help but feel an eerie chill rise up. Lin Tian did not speak. The Reincarnation Sutra sped up. He activated the Chaos Emperor Fist. A 9-colored dragon and 9-colored phoenix intertwined and pressed toward his opponent. Chapter 2142. Using the vast life essence to increase his comprehension ability, Lin Tian had created his own core ancient scripture after 2 months. However, he hadn't created a true offensive divine spell yet. He only had divine spells like the Tai Chi divine domain that he had created before. As a result, he still had to rely on divine spells like the Chaotic Emperor's fist to attack in battle. Once he perfected the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, he would create his own offensive divine spell. Roar, roar. He used the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and the Chaos Emperor fist to attack. The force of his fist condensed a true dragon and a godly phoenix. The two resonated with each other, revealing 9 colors. They were vivid and lifelike. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of the black-robed ruler. Wherever they passed, the void shattered. The black-robed ruler was shocked by the 9-colored Saint Power. Moreover, the true dragon and godly phoenix that were rushing over were also powerful enough. His eyes narrowed, and his Saint Power surged out of his body. He performed an even more powerful saint technique to meet the true dragon and godly phoenix. The two collided with each other, and with a boom, waves of destructive storms swept up in the area. Lin Tian shattered the black-robed ruler's Saint Power killing technique. He created afterimages with each step. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra intertwined with 9-colored Saint Light, using it to activate the divination, divine skill. Divine statues formed one after another, pressing down on the black-robed ruler from all angles. The black-robed ruler vibrated his Saint Power and performed an even more powerful saint technique. In the blink of an eye, he was fighting fiercely with Lin Tian again. For a moment, there was a constant rumble. Explosions rang out in the area. Lin Tian fought fiercely with his opponent, using all his techniques. He used his own will to operate the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. During the battle, he separated a shred of consciousness to sense the state of operation of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Then, he carefully memorized the state of operation of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra during the battle. He sensed which areas were outstanding and which areas needed to be improved and polished. He memorized them in his heart. He's on par with Lord Qi Bao. How is this possible? In the distance, the dozens of peak holy venerables were all shocked. In their field of vision, Lin Tian, who was only a second heaven holy venerate, was actually not at a disadvantage when fighting the black-robed ruler. At the same time, the black-robed dominator's expression was ugly. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Lin Tian's 9-colored holy power was too troublesome. It seemed to be able to dissolve everything. When his divine power encountered Lin Tian's 9-colored holy power, he always felt that it was weakened. It was difficult for him to unleash his full power. And this person's voice was cold as fury burned in his eyes. He was a mighty ruler, but he was actually unable to take down a second heavenly layer, holy venerate. Moreover, his subordinates were watching from the side, which made him feel rather humiliated. In the next moment, this person let out a low roar. Tao energy suddenly surged out from his body, and his divine Tao laws surged like a raging sea. Dai. Its divine Tao law was the corrosive divine Tao, capable of corroding and destroying everything. As this divine Tao law appeared, the surrounding space sizzled as it was directly corroded into nothingness. Lin Tian felt immense pressure and even a trace of threat. However, his expression didn't change at all. 1. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra circulated, and 9-colored holy light interweaved. Tao energy also surged out from his body. Nature divine Tao and lightning divine Tao interweaved together, meeting the black-robed dominator's divine Tao. In the blink of an eye, the two collided and exploded loudly. The sky trembled violently and large cracks appeared. With a pung sound, the black-robed dominator was sent flying. His body was stained with blood, and many cracks appeared. Blood flowed out. On the other side, Lin Tian's situation was even worse. Half of his body was in tatters, and one could even see his internal organs and bones. In the end, he's just a holy venerate. How can he compare to Lord Qi Bao, who is a dominator? In the distance, a peak holy venerate sneered. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. This was because Lin Tian's injuries were suddenly recovering at an extremely shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. How can he recover so quickly? Even if he has some kind of healing saint art, it can't be this fast. At the same time, the black-robe dominator's expression changed as well. His injuries were clearly not as serious as Lin Tian's. After separating from Lin Tian, he had immediately begun to heal, but now he had only recovered by 70%. However, Lin Tian's injuries, which were clearly much more serious than his own, were completely healed now. This shocked the black-robe dominator. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. He had mastered the healing saint technique, the art of nirvana of the sun, which could heal his injured body at an extremely fast speed. However, he had not used this saint technique just now. After he had been injured in the clash with the black-robed ruler, the 9-colored holy light from the Reincarnation Heart Sutra had automatically interwove to his injured body and healed his injuries. The speed at which it had healed him had moved him. Very good, he muttered to himself. The light in his eyes shone even brighter. He had never thought that the Reincarnation Heart Sutra's 9-colored holy light would have the ability to quickly heal his injuries. This surprised him, but it was also a pleasant surprise. Afterwards, his gaze fell back on the black-robed dominator. Again, he looked at his opponent and took a step forward. He appeared in front of his opponent and used the alchemy skills from the Medicine Classic to attack. Afterwards, he used formation seals, the dragon burial scripture, and the lunar sacred art in succession to attack the black-robed dominator. He used the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to complement these divine arts. He sensed the strengths and weaknesses of the various divine arts when used with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. He firmly memorized all of this in preparation for creating his own divine arts that were compatible with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra in the future. Boom! 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 He and the black robe dominator clashed fiercely. All sorts of divine arts and divine Tao laws were used. In the blink of an eye, he and the black-robed dominator had fought fiercely for 6 hours. The space here had been completely destroyed, and it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. The ground had sunk down by dozens of feet, and it had been reduced to ruins. During this process, he had injured the black-robed dominator several times. He had also been injured several times. His understanding of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra had deepened considerably. He already had many ideas, and he was confident that he could perfect it in the future. Moreover, he had some vague ideas about the divine power killing technique that he was going to create in the future. It's about time. He looked at the black robe dominator, and his voice was very calm. Then the Reincarnation Forging Divine art began to circulate. With a boom, the 9-colored holy light around his body suddenly surged. His essence, vitality, and spirit were all strengthened by 20 times. The black-robed dominator's expression immediately changed. He could not help but take a step back. You. At the same time, in the distance, the expressions of the dozens of other Peak Saint Venerables also changed drastically. The aura that Lin Tian exuded at this moment had suddenly become much stronger. It was as if he had become a different person. His majestic might swept out in all directions. How is this possible? Chapter 2143. Lin Tianyi had not used the Reincarnation Forging Mind technique since the beginning of his battle with the black-clothed dominator. He was here to refine the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, so he needed an opponent who was at least slightly stronger than him. Now that he had fought with the black-robed ruler, he had new ideas about the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. He also had some vague ideas about how to create a killing ability that complemented the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Moreover, the two of them had already reached their limits. If they continued fighting like this, it would no longer be of any use to him. Therefore, he used the Reincarnation Forging Mind technique now. Because the Reincarnation Heart Sutra was completely compatible with the Reincarnation Origin, the Reincarnation Forging Mind technique increased his battle prowess from 10 times to 20 times. He was prepared to end this battle now. The black-clothed dominator's expression changed when he saw Lin Tian's aura. How is this possible? He had fought with Lin Tian for so long, and they had been evenly matched throughout the entire battle. He had suffered heavy injuries, and his aura had dropped significantly. However, Lin Tian's aura had suddenly soared. Moreover, it had increased by 20 times. You were hiding your battle prowess just now. Looking at Lin Tian, he was both furious and shocked. When he fought with Lin Tianyi, he, a dominator, had already used his full battle prowess. However, Lin Tian, a mere second heavenly layer, Holy Venerate, had not used his full strength in the battle of life and death with him. A second heavenly layer, Holy Venerate, who had been hiding his battle prowess, was actually able to fight evenly with a dominator. Lin Tian did not say anything else. He took a simple step forward and instantly appeared in front of the dominator, pressing down with his palm. With a boom, his palm slammed down with 20 times his battle prowess. It was like the heavens were crashing down. It directly shattered all of the saint energy defenses around the black-clothed dominator's body, causing him to vomit blood and fly hundreds of feet away. Lord Qibao! In the distance, the several dozen peak-level Saint Venerables couldn't help but cry out. At this time, their faces couldn't help but become even more pale. The black-clothed ruler reformed his corporeal body in the distance, and when he looked at Lin Tian again, he was even more shocked and angry, but also fearful. He paused for a moment, gritted his teeth, and ordered the dozens of Saint Venerables in the distance. All of you attack together, gather all of our Saint Qi, and kill him in one strike. He, a ruler, actually needed his subordinates to help a holy venerable cultivator. He couldn't bring himself to say something like that. He felt that it was too humiliating. However, after sensing Lin Tian's current aura, he finally said it. This was because Lin Tian's current aura was too terrifying. He really couldn't stop her by himself. Yes, Lord Qibao. In the distance, dozens of peak Saint Venerables nodded. Although they were afraid of Lin Tian, they were eager to get rid of Lin Tian. Lin Tian was too dangerous for them. Only by quickly killing Lin Tian could they be at ease. Immediately, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dozens of Saint Venerables moved very quickly, all of them striding towards the black-clothed ruler. Lin Tian stepped forward, closing in on the black-clothed ruler. He glanced sideways at the dozens of Saint Venerables charging towards the battlefield, and a 9-colored saint light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the dozens of Saint Venerables trembled, and their bodies came to a halt. Then, one after another, they exploded, and even their souls were annihilated. The black-clothed ruler couldn't help but tremble again. He was clearly only a second Heaven Saint Venerable, but now, just a glance was enough to cause dozens of peak Saint Venerables to explode, their bodies and souls destroyed. This was a little too shocking. "You're distracted," a calm voice rang out. Lin Tianyi stepped forward, and the primal Chaos Emperor's fist mercilessly pressed down. With a boom, this punch was launched with his battle prowess multiplied by 20. It could be said to be extremely domineering, and it instantly shattered the opponent. Gurgle! The sound of flesh wriggling was heard, and the black-clothed ruler quickly reformed his physical body. But his expression was even uglier. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He stepped forward again and launched the primal Chaos Emperor's fist. This person was a ruler. Although he had multiplied his battle prowess by 20 times, it was obviously not very easy to kill a ruler. Boom! When the primal Chaos Emperor's fist was launched, it was as if a sacred drum had been struck, and the bell of the end of the world had rung. The black-clothed ruler resisted with all his might, but he was sent flying again and again. At this time, he was no longer evenly matched with Lin Tianyi, who was operating the reincarnation, forging divine art. He was in a disadvantageous position, and the aura he emitted was constantly weakening. In the blink of an eye, more than 15 minutes passed. Die. More than 15 minutes passed, and the black-clothed ruler was shattered more than 10 times in a row. At this moment, as Lin Tianyi spat out the word die, The reincarnation diagram of the monarch's territory was launched with 20 times the battle prowess multiplied. The mighty divine pressure interweaved and directly crushed the opponent again. Moreover, this time the opponent's spirit body couldn't be preserved and was annihilated along with his physical body. The place became quiet all of a sudden. Lin Tian paused in place and looked at the ruins in front of him. Originally, the Heavenly Court's temporary war palace had been set up in this world. However, because of his fierce battle with the black-clothed ruler, the war palace had long since been shattered into pieces. He took a simple step forward and arrived in front of the shattered battle palace. With a wave of his hand, he swept away a large amount of debris, revealing a huge altar. There was a jade bottle on it, surrounded by extremely dense essence of life. It was not damaged at all because of the collapse of the battle palace. He raised his hand and directly took the jade bottle. With a simple scan, he immediately sensed the boundless essence of life within. Although it was far less dense than the essence of life in the jade bottle he had obtained before, it was still shocking enough. However, there were no destructive forbidden artifacts here like the great world from before. He was not surprised by this. If the black-clothed ruler attacked with his full strength, he would have been able to destroy an ordinary world like this in less than 15 minutes. Naturally, there was no need to use the forbidden artifacts from before. He put the jade bottle away and no longer paid any attention to this place. He directly left this world and soon entered the starry sky of this universe. He found another barren ancient planet in the starry sky and found a place for secluded cultivation in one of the barren mountains. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra had just been formed, and he had used it to temper himself in his battle with the black-clothed ruler. Now he had comprehended quite a bit, and was prepared to leave to perfect it and make it even stronger. Chapter 2144. The black-yellow universe was in the midst of the great destruction, and there were people fighting in every region. Under such circumstances, at the beginning of the Great Destruction, some abandoned planets and macro-worlds were often the safest. Lin Tian sat cross-legged and operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Faint, 9-colored saint light intertwined around his body. Then, with the understanding he gained from the battle with the black-clothed dominator, he adjusted and optimized some of the saint force routes of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. This process was not simple, and it took a lot of time. Then, in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Half a month had passed. On this day, the 9-colored saint light outside his body had naturally become thicker and purer, and his aura had become stronger. The next moment, he opened his eyes. Great, he muttered to himself. In half a month, he had perfected the Reincarnation Heart Sutra once. Now it was even stronger than before. However, it was still not completely perfect, and it still needed to be adjusted. After all, a truly perfect ancient sutra could not be created in such a short time. It would take a long time to polish it. He took a deep breath. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra that had been polished once was still operating. After a pause, he took out the jade bottle that he had obtained before. As he took out the jade bottle, very rich life essence immediately intertwined in this place, as if to drown the surrounding space. His eyes flashed as he placed the jade bottle in front of him and began to absorb the life essence within, refining it into his own flesh and blood with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Suddenly, as he refined the life essence, the 9-colored saint light outside his body suddenly became dazzling. Just like that, time passed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month later, the life essence in the jade bottle was completely exhausted. The 9-colored saint light outside his body became even more dazzling, and the essence, chi, and spirit he exuded were much stronger than a month ago. 4th level Saint Master. He opened his eyes, and there was a wisp of bright light that flashed through his eyes. This time, the essence of life in the jade bottle was not as much as the essence of life in the Supreme World. After all, that world was too ordinary. There were not as many living creatures as in the Supreme World, and they were not as strong. Therefore, the quality and quantity of the essence of life collected were very different. That was why the essence of life, collected, was very different from the essence of life in the supreme world. However, even so, to Lin Tian this effect was extraordinary. It allowed him to raise his cultivation by 2 small stages in a short month. One must know that he was a holy venerate. In the holy venerate realm, he had advanced by 2 small levels in a short month. Such a cultivation speed was shocking. He clenched his fist and sensed for a moment. He could clearly feel that he was stronger now. Whether it was the strength of his flesh shell, the amount of saint energy, the strength of his consciousness, or his soul, all of them had improved by leaps and bounds. He paused there for a moment, but he did not linger. He directly left and entered the starry sky of the universe. As his cultivation had increased by 2 small levels, he had reached the 4th heavenly layer of Saint Master. The senses of his soul had become even more powerful, and his senses had become even more powerful. Even without using his soul to explore, he could still hear the cries of slaughter from the nearby stars. He knew that it must be the soldiers of the celestial court who were wreaking havoc. I wonder how long this great devastation will last, Jian Qin murmured to himself. Now, the celestial court wanted to destroy the universe. The first step was to collect the life essence of the billions of beings in the universe. The second step was to destroy the various worlds in the universe, which would lead to the complete collapse of the universe. The first step was to collect the life essence of the billions of beings, which would take an extremely long time. This was because the collection of life essence required the celestial soldiers and generals to go to various worlds to kill living beings. At the same time, the celestial soldiers and generals would use special containers to collect the life essence. They could not collect the life essence after destroying the world, because if they directly destroyed the world and then collected the life essence of the living beings who died because of the destruction of the world, the results would be greatly reduced. At least 80% of the life essence would be washed away and disappear due to the process of the destruction of the world, which would be a huge loss. As a result, the great devastation could not be completed overnight. Even if the celestial court had many experts, it would still take over 100 years to complete. After all, the universe was just far too vast. It's just like the heartless old Taoist said, destroying the universe requires the accumulation of experts and time. Jian Qin murmured to himself. He thought to himself. After that, when he thought about what the old Taoist William said, he couldn't help but frown. What kind of background did that old guy have? He knew too many things. Also, the oracle bone on that old guy's neck was really too extraordinary. After a short pause, he shook his head and stopped thinking about that unscrupulous old man. Now that he was in the midst of the great destruction of the black-yellow universe, it was more important to think about how to survive and become stronger in the end of the great destruction. By the way, thinking about the great devastation of the universe, Jian Qin suddenly narrowed his eyes and came up with a very good idea. While looking for the little guy and that stupid tiger, I'll rob the celestial court of these pristine jade bottles. The celestial court was killing thousands of creatures in every corner of the universe to collect life essence. Such life essence was useless in small amounts, but the celestial court had collected a lot of it in containers like the pristine jade bottles. Now he wanted to rob these pristine jade bottles directly and snatch the life essence in them. In the great devastation, the pristine jade bottles that the celestial court used to collect life essence in various worlds were undoubtedly super treasures that could be seen and touched. Not only could they be used to help him comprehend and create new techniques, but they could also be used to directly refine and improve his cultivation. They could allow him to perfect his techniques in a very short time and create his own divine killing technique. Moreover, his cultivation would also be greatly improved. So, why wouldn't he rob such a precious treasure? Moreover, with his current strength and that terrifying ancient corpse, only the ancestor of the celestial court and existences stronger than the ancestor of the celestial court could threaten him. Ordinary experts of the celestial court could not do anything to him. Immediately he revealed a cold smile and moved. He took a simple step forward and disappeared in an instant. Not long after, he appeared in a great world that was as vast as the celestial realm. There was a very strong smell of blood in the air. Everywhere he went, there were miserable cries continuously coming from various regions. There were celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court currently slaughtering in this world. After entering this great world, Jian looked directly at the center of the great world and strode toward it. The pristine jade bottles that the celestial court used to collect life essence in various worlds were placed in the center of the great world. Chapter 2145. The voice came from afar, and Lin Tian's expression changed. A descendant of the immortal spirit royalty? The only descendants of the immortal spirit royalty that he knew over the current immortal spirit royal lord and the little Taichu. Both of them had been swept into this universe. Was it the former or the latter that had been discovered? Immediately he stepped forward and walked in the direction of the voice. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed hundreds of thousands of feet. The immortal spirit royalty. It's said that there are very few of them. Throughout history, there have been less than 100 members of the immortal spirit royalty, but each of them is extremely terrifying. Their bloodline is shockingly strong, even stronger than the chaotic king body. It's only second to the legendary reincarnation body. It's said that the ancestor of this bloodline has a very shocking origin. What's the specific origin? How would I know? I only heard that it's very terrifying and involves some kind of taboo. The one who was discovered seems to be a little guy from this bloodline. It's said that he's only a saint king. Several sovereigns chased him into a forbidden area. Now, those sovereigns are searching for him in that forbidden area. A saint king? No matter how strong that bloodline is, the little guy who was discovered is only a saint king. It's not enough for the heavenly masters or even the ancient ancestors to go after him, right? Didn't I say that another great secret was discovered in that world? It's very influential. The heavenly masters and the ancient ancestors didn't go there for the little guy from the immortal spirit royalty. They went there for that great secret. In front of him, a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were walking together. They had just finished slaughtering the creatures in one area of this world. As they walked toward another area, they were casually discussing. It was also at this moment that the sound of air being torn apart resounded as Lin Tian rushed over with extreme speed. There's still a human here. Kill him. The group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals naturally saw Lin Tian. Their cultivation was very high, and each of them had the battle prowess of a saint king. When they saw Lin Tian appear, they seemed very casual. One of them directly waved his hand and threw out a large amount of killing saint light at Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped forward. He didn't care about the killing saint light at all. The pressure that naturally intertwined around his body instantly shattered all the killing saint light. Then a powerful pressure spread out and suppressed everyone. Instantly, the group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were unable to move. These people did not expect that Lin Tian, who had suddenly appeared, would actually be so powerful. That pressure caused them to feel fear. Lin Tian used a saint king. At the same time, his majestic divine consciousness searched through everyone's divine spiritual sea. At the same time, it was several breaths as divine soul. It's the little guy. He was pleasantly surprised and worried at the same time. He was happy because, after searching through the divine spiritual sea, he found that the descendant of the celestial spirit royal family that the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals had mentioned was the little Taichu. Now he finally found traces of the little Taichu. But he was worried because he learned that the little guy had been discovered by several rulers of the celestial court and had been forced into a dangerous land. More rulers of the celestial court had found out and entered the land together to capture the little guy. Because the bloodline of the celestial spirit royal family was too powerful, the celestial court had always been very concerned about it. Immediately, he raised his hand and tore open the world barrier of this world. He stepped out of this world with a single step. Almost at the same time he left, the group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals that he had suppressed exploded on the spot. They were all destroyed in body and soul. In another place, the sky was dark and the smell of blood was very thick in the air. Screams and cries of pain could be heard everywhere. In a mountain range, the void cracked open and Lin Tian stepped out of it. The moment he stepped into this world, he spread out his powerful divine sense and found the nearest battlefield. He directly crossed it and soon arrived. There were many cultivators of the black-yellow universe who were facing the siege of a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. There were many corpses on the ground. They were all cultivators of the black-yellow universe who could not stop the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court. Clang! When he arrived at this place, a large number of sword lights manifested around him, covering the entire battlefield and attacking the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals indiscriminately. In the blink of an eye, all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were wiped out. There were more than 100 cultivators of the black-yellow universe in this place. When they saw this scene, they were all surprised and delighted. Many thanks, Senior. Everyone bowed to Lin Tian. The group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who were besieging them were all wiped out by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian had saved all their lives. Otherwise, they would have been killed soon. Lin Tian did not approach these people. He spoke quickly. "Excuse me, where is the soul-perishing abyss in this world?" From the divine sense of the group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, he learned that the little Taichu was in this world and was forced into a dangerous place called the soul-perishing abyss. However, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals did not know the exact location of the soul-perishing abyss. Therefore, he came to this place to save the cultivators of the black-yellow universe who were being besieged and ask them about it. He believed that these cultivators who belonged to this world must know where the soul-perishing abyss was. In fact, it was just as he thought. These cultivators were very familiar with the death soul abyss. They immediately told him everything they knew about the death soul abyss. Many thanks. He thanked these cultivators and then tore open a space portal according to the spatial coordinates of the soul-perishing abyss mentioned by these people. He stepped into it and disappeared. The next moment, a space portal suddenly appeared in another place in this world. He stepped out of it. In front of him, there was a huge abyss. It was unknown how deep it was. Below it, there were wisps of light black mist floating, mixed with a gust of cold air. Soul-perishing abyss. This world was comparable in size to the immortal realm of the primordial universe. With his current cultivation, he could easily tear open a space portal in such a big world and reach any corner of this world in an instant. At this time, he looked at the soul-perishing abyss in front of him. His eyes flashed, and he could not help but clench his fist. "It's here." In this place, in the air, he felt the aura of the little guy. Although it was very weak, he still caught it. Without any hesitation, he jumped directly into the soul-perishing abyss and soon came to the bottom of the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, the air and soil were a little moist. The ground was bumpy and there were some scattered bones in some places. Lin Tian did not care about these. His eyes fell straight on the ground in front of him. There was a pool of blood and a few bunches of snow-white hair, which made him immediately anxious. Chapter 2146. Looking at the little Taichu's blood and hair on the ground, Lin Tianyi became very anxious. Don't let anything happen to it. He prayed in his heart. His majestic divine consciousness spread out, following the remnants of the little Taichu's aura in the air, and immediately chased it down at an extremely fast speed. In this abyss, there was a faint black fog floating in the air. It was a little gloomy, as if it was a small hell. Roar! When he rushed down a few hundred feet, strange ferocious beasts rushed out. Their faces were ferocious, and there was more than one of them. They pounced toward him, their auras very strong. Moreover, There was far more than one of these strange, ferocious beasts. There were many of them, and they were very densely packed. There were at least hundreds of them. As they pounced together, the ground rumbled and trembled from the tremors. At this time, Lin Tian was worried about the little Taichu. He did not seem to see these strange, ferocious beasts pouncing toward him, and directly rushed past them. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered, and the hundreds of ferocious beasts that rushed toward him were immediately destroyed. He followed the little Taichu's aura at an extremely fast speed. After that, he encountered a few very special terrains in this abyss that could even affect sovereign rank powerhouses. However, naturally, they were not difficult for him. For the current him, walking in such terrains was like walking on flat ground. Soon a full hour passed. Suddenly, there was a roar in front of him, and there was a surge of saint power, which made him immediately change his expression. There was a bloodline fluctuation unique to the little guy. Immediately, he raised his speed to the limit and turned into a beam of light, rushing forward. In front of him, there was a valley located very far away. Around the valley, the ground was bumpy and the soil was very wet. You can barely borrow the power of the heaven and earth, and you have an extraordinary true world. You have learned a lot, as expected of a descendant of that clan. There were a total of 13 middle-aged men outside the valley, all of them intertwined with sovereign rank pressure. They looked at the little Taichu at the edge of the valley, and one of them said, "Unfortunately, your cultivation is only at the Saint King rank. How long can you last in front of us? I advise you to obediently lie down so that you won't suffer so much later." In the valley, the little Taichu was covered in blood. Its aura was weak, and it was supporting the primordial immortal world, surrounded by a faint six-colored holy light. After being swept into this strange world, it had been alone for the first time, and had reached the 9th heavenly layer realm. However, it was discovered by several sovereign rank powerhouses of the celestial court, and they chased after it. It had used all its means, using its powerful bloodline and the primordial immortal world bloodline and primordial immortal world and primordial immortal realm. It was discovered. Was chased after it. It had used all using its primordial immortal, and it had cultivated with Lin Tian for a long time and had seen Lin Tian use the dragon burial scripture many times. Even though it hadn't cultivated it, it still had some understanding of the layout of heaven and earth. Under the soul-decimating abyss, it had borrowed the power of heaven and earth, the power of the primordial immortal empire, and its own bloodline to barely hold on until now. Lin Tian, father, mother. Looking at the middle-aged sovereigns outside the valley, it became sad. It had used the heaven time, the primordial immortal world, and its bloodline to barely hold on until now. Now, it couldn't hold on any longer. Its holy power was about to dry up. At this moment, it thought of Lin Tian, Wu Yi, the celestial emperor, and its mother, whom it had never met. The primordial immortal world around it shook and gradually disappeared into its body. The six-colored holy light around it also disappeared. I thought it could hold on for a while longer, but I didn't think it'd be so soon. Outside the valley, a blue-robed sovereign said indifferently, "However, I have to praise you. You're worthy of being a descendant of the celestial emperor. You're only a saint king, yet you can hold on for so long." To the side, another sovereign said, "Enough. Stop talking nonsense. Suppress it and take it away. We're in the midst of the great destruction of Xianhuang. We still have many things to do." The other 11 sovereigns nodded. "I know. I'm just lamenting," the blue-robed sovereign said, and strode into the valley. The little Taichu clenched its little paws, its eyes filled with sadness as it glared at the approaching sovereign. It was at this moment that an ear-piercing sword hum resounded through the sky. Lin Tian had arrived, and he immediately saw the blood-soaked little Alpha Primordium in the valley. He saw the blue-robed Dominator and the other 12 middle-aged dominators rushing towards the little fellow. He immediately activated the Heavenly Sword Manual, and countless heavenly sword lights rained down on the blue-robed dominator like a rain of swords. The blue-robed sovereign frowned. He immediately stopped and dodged the rain of swords. At the same time, Lin Tian moved so quickly that it was as if he were teleporting. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the special earth vein pattern around the valley and appeared next to the little Taichu. The little Taichu had been glaring at the blue-robed sovereign in grief, but when it saw Lin Tian appear, it was stunned. It rubbed its eyes with its little paws, then looked at Lin Tian again. When it realized that this was an illusion, it was overjoyed. It threw itself at Lin Tian. "Yeah, Lin Tian!" The little fellow was overjoyed. After being swept into this foreign world, she was all alone. Originally, she thought that she was going to be captured and die. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian appeared at this time. While she was pleasantly surprised, she couldn't help but tear up a little. Lin Tian was also overjoyed. "I've finally found!" As he spoke, he looked at the little guy who had thrown himself at him. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he stopped talking. When he'd looked at it from afar, he'd only noticed that the little guy's body was covered in blood. Now that he was up close, he realized that the little guy's injuries were far too severe. There were several bloody holes on its tiny body, and many of its internal organs had been shattered. The beautiful wings on its back had been snapped in half, and they couldn't be repaired immediately. Suddenly, a monstrous chill and killing intent radiated from his body. The entire valley shook, and the ground began to crumble inch by inch. The little guy had been born for many years, and his temperament had always been that of a child. He was innocent and naive and very lovable, but now he'd been injured so severely. This made his heart ache and at the same time rage. Buzz! He activated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to its limits. 9-colored holy light interweaved, pure and rich. It enveloped the little guy and surged into his body, quickly healing his wounds and restoring his vitality. At the same time, he tilted his head and looked at the 13 sovereigns outside the valley. His eyes shone with boundless killing intent. "All of you will die here." Clang! Chapter 2147. The precious weapons of the 13 sects were all sky-level Emperor weapons. The pressure they exuded was so strong that it shattered the void. The expressions of the 13 middle-aged sovereigns changed. Each of them had been targeted by an Emperor weapon. The sky-level killing power made them tremble involuntarily. It was hard to believe that Lin Tian, a cultivator who looked like a saint venerable, had so many sky-level precious weapons. While they were still in shock, the 13 of them immediately activated their powerful divine abilities and secret arts to greet the attack. However, the sky-level Emperor weapons were too powerful. In the blink of an eye, their divine powers and secret techniques were all shattered. Poof! The blue-clothed juggernaut was struck by an Emperor divine weapon. His physical body immediately crumbled, and only his divine soul was barely preserved. Die! Lin Tian's voice was cold. He treated little Taichu's injuries while controlling the 13 sects Emperor weapons with a weapon control technique. At this moment, they pressed down on the blue-clothed sovereign, sealing off all directions and isolating everything. The killing power was vast and mighty. The blue-clothed sovereign's divine soul trembled. He looked at Lin Tian and could not help but shout, "Stop!" However, these words were completely unnecessary, seeing that the little Taichu had been injured to the point that he had temporarily lost the ability to heal himself. Lin Tian was furious. How could he show mercy? He activated the 13 sects Emperor weapons with an even stronger saint force. Ah! With a shrill cry, the blue-clothed sovereign's divine soul was shattered and disappeared from the world. For a moment, the other 12 sovereigns could not help but tremble. "Let's go!" One of them gritted his teeth and quickly retreated into the distance. At the same time, the other 11 sovereigns also fled together. They were only sovereigns. Now that Lin Tian, a saint venerable, had activated the sky-level emperor weapons of the 13th sex. They knew in an instant that they could not withstand it. If they faced it head-on, they would definitely die. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Don't even think about leaving. He did not move. He activated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and used the weapon control technique to control the 13-sex emperor weapons to attack. Humans, stop! We are the experts of the Celestial Court. Hurting us is offending the heavens. No. The surrounding space was completely sealed off by Lin Tian. The 12 middle-aged rulers threatened in terror, and they activated their most powerful abilities to resist. However, it was completely useless. One after another, they were killed. Soon, only one of them remained. Let me go. I am willing to be your slave for all eternity. I will do anything you ask of me. I beg you. This person was trembling. At this moment, he was completely filled with fear as he begged Lin Tian for mercy. Die. Lin Tianji only had one word. The 13 monarch weapons slammed down together and destroyed this person's body and soul. For a moment, the place became quiet. So strong. The little Taichu was enveloped by the 9-colored holy light, and its injuries had mostly recovered. Its big eyes blinked, and then it suddenly realized that the holy light outside Lin Tian's body was different from before. Yeah, this is. Seeing the 9-colored holy light released by Lin Tian, the little guy was a bit surprised. This was the first time it had seen the 9-colored holy light. In the past, the most colorful power it had seen was only 7 colors. Even in the ancient books, there were no records of the 9-colored holy light. Lin Tian smiled and said, "This is an ancient scripture that I created myself, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. I haven't used the Heart Sutra of Sun that I cultivated before." The Reincarnation Heart Sutra circulated, and the 9-colored holy light naturally had a powerful healing ability. It continued to flow into the little Taichu's body. After a few dozen breaths, the little guy's injuries were completely healed. Yeah, you succeeded? It feels so powerful. The little guy was an optimistic person. When it saw Lin Tian again, it completely forgot that it had been severely injured by the 13 rulers. When it heard Lin Tian say that it had succeeded, it couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Tian. Back then, when Lin Tian first started to create the scripture, it knew and had been watching from the side. During that process, Lin Tian had suffered several backlashes and hadn't succeeded. Now, after a period of separation, Lin Tian had succeeded. Moreover, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, which was intertwined with the 9-colored Holy Soul, made it feel really powerful. The holy power made it feel as if it could encompass everything, as if it could suppress many powers between heaven and earth. Lin Tianyi smiled. The little guy's injuries were completely healed. He rubbed the little guy's head, and with a slight movement of his mind, a seal emerged from his body. He gave it to the little guy to protect itself. It was the heavenly divine weapon that he had seized from the ancient corpses. Yeah. The little guy was even more excited. It kept the seal in its body, shook its wings, and landed on Lin Tian's shoulder. We've been swept into the Xianhuang universe. It landed on Lin Tian's shoulder and said to Lin Tiandao. It had been a long time since they had been swept into this universe. Although the little guy was innocent, it knew where it was. Not long after it was swept into this universe, it learned that it was the Xianhuang universe. Yes, Lin Tian nodded and said, "Now the Celestial Court is carrying out the great destruction of the Xianhuang universe. This universe should not be able to survive in the end. It will be completely destroyed. We have to ensure that we survive this great destruction." He briefly told the little Taichu some things about the great destruction of the Xianhuang universe. Yeah. The little guy stared, paused, and said, "Stupid tiger was also swept in. I don't know where it is now." After being swept into this world, Lin Tian was looking for it and the white tiger. It was also looking for the white tiger and Lin Tian. Unfortunately, it had been to no avail. "Let's look for it together. That guy is very slippery. It should be fine, Lin Tian said with a smile. After being swept into this Xianhuang universe, he had been looking for the little guy and the white tiger. Now that he had found the little guy, he was very happy. Then, after a pause, he looked at the depths of the valley and walked into the valley with the little Taichu. Yeah, why are we going in? The little Taichu stood on Lin Tian's shoulder and saw Lin Tian walking into the valley. It was a little curious and then said, "This valley is a little strange. There are many special ley line patterns mixed together." It had seen Lin Tian use the dragon burial scripture many times. Over time, it had learned some things. Now, it could vaguely recognize some of the patterns of heaven and earth and the veins of the terrain in the greater heaven and earth. It had long realized that this valley was not simple. Moreover, previously, it had used the power of the valley's terrain, coupled with the primordial immortal empire and its own tyrannical bloodline, to block the 13 sovereigns for a long time with the cultivation of a saint king. Lin Tian patted the little guy's little head and said with a smile, "There are some good things inside. I'll take them for you." Chapter 2148. The valley was shrouded in a faint mist. Ordinary monks couldn't even use their divine consciousness here. But Lin Tian, who cultivated the dragon burial scripture, wasn't affected at all. He walked forward with little Taichu as if he was walking on flat ground. Clang! After he walked for about 100 feet, earth vein killing light rushed up. It was as if the Qing Saint Land had its own consciousness. It sensed that an alien had entered, so it activated the killing light. Moreover, the killing light wasn't ordinary. It could kill Saint Venerables and even threaten Dominator realm existences. However, it wasn't a threat to Lin Tian now. The dragon patterns circled around and blocked the killing light. Then he continued to walk toward the center of the valley with little Taichu. Following this, many more earth vein murderous lights soared into the air. They were all very frightening, but they had no effect on Lin Tiandu and were all blocked. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. He brought little Taichu to the center of the valley. There was a strange tree about 10 feet tall in front of them. Its leaves were 3-colored and its trunk was very thick. No one knew how long it had been growing. There was a fist-sized fruit at the top. It was sparkling with 3-colored light and had a strong fragrance. The Qing Saint fruit. Lin Tian brought little Taichu to the strange tree. He picked the Qing Saint fruit and handed it to little Taichu. "Refine it. I'll protect you." The Qing Saint fruit contained a very shocking amount of spiritual energy and divine path law fragments. With the little guy's current cultivation, he could reach the Saint Venerable realm from the 9th level of the Saint King realm. "What about you?" Little Taichu asked him. Lin Tian smiled. "I've reached the 4th level of the Saint Venerable realm. This thing is no longer useful to me." "Oh." Little Taichu nodded and took the Qing Saint fruit. Under Lin Tian's protection, he began to refine it. The 6-colored holy lights intertwined, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and a majestic holy power rippled out in this place. After 7 days, the little fellow finished refining the fruit under Lin Tian's protection. Just as Lin Tian had predicted, he had reached the 1st heavenly layer of Saint Venerate from the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. "Not bad." Lin Tian smiled. Then he called out to the little Taichu and walked out of the valley. Soon, they walked out of the valley and headed towards the Death Soul Abyss. Inside the Death Soul Abyss, all kinds of strange worldly powers spread. Some of them could even threaten Dominator rank experts. However, to Lin Tian, who cultivated the dragon burial scripture, it naturally had no effect on him. He quickly walked out of the Death Soul Abyss. "Where are we going now?" Little Taichu asked while lying on his head. "Robbing," Lin Tian said. Currently, the celestial heavens were massacring tens of thousands of living beings in various worlds, using special jade bottles to collect life essence. This world naturally had it as well, and it should be located at the center of this world. He was prepared to go there and snatch the jade bottles. In fact, he actually felt a little uncomfortable when he used the life essence in the jade bottles 2 times. After all, the life essence was collected by the celestial court by slaughtering thousands of creatures. To a certain extent, it was not something clean. However, he quickly shook off the discomfort because he wasn't a pedantic person. The heavenly court had massacred tens of thousands of creatures and used the pristine jade bottle to collect the life essence of tens of thousands of creatures. The owner of the life essence was already dead. In that case, under such circumstances, instead of letting the heavenly court use such life essence, he might as well snatch it and use it. This world was about the same size as the immortal realm of the primordial universe. He was now at the level of a saint venerable. He directly opened a void portal and stepped into it with little Taichu. Soon, he arrived at the center of this world. When he arrived at this place, he saw a huge palace in front of him. There were dozens of saint kings around it. It was similar to the 2 worlds he had been in before. It was a temporary battle palace left here after the celestial court's army entered this world. At the same time, he scanned the interior of the battle palace with his majestic divine thought. There were more than 100 saint venerables and 3 dominator rank auras in the battle palace. There were more than 100 saint venerables and 3 dominator rank auras in the battle palace. Therefore, he did not care about anything else. He walked straight toward the battle palace with little Taichu. He directly attacked and killed the dozens of saint kings with a wave of his hand. Then a 9-colored saint light sword condensed and split the battle palace into 2. For a moment, there was a whooshing sound. More than 100 saint venerables and 3 dominators flashed out of the battle palace. They immediately found that the dozens of saint kings guarding outside the battle palace had been killed. They also saw Lin Tian and little Taichu. Immediately, the group of people was moved. That little thing from the immortal spirit royal family. In the group, the 3 dominator rank experts looked at little Taichu and could not help but frown. They had neglected Lin Tian. Previously, they had sent 13 dominator rank experts to chase after little Taichu. But now, the little Taichu had appeared here, but the 13 people who went to chase after it did not return. This gave them a bad feeling. However, very quickly, the expressions of the 3 people became cold again. One of them said, "Kill that human directly. Suppress the little thing of the immortal spirit royal family. After that, ask it about the whereabouts of the 13 people." Clang! The ear-piercing sound of weapons rang out and interrupted the dominator. Lin Tian held up the 3 emperor weapons and controlled them with the weapon control technique. The killing light that filled the sky swept toward the 3 dominator rank experts and more than 100 saint venerables. He had no need to show mercy to these cultivators from the celestial court. He directly killed them. This kind of killing power was quite terrifying, causing the 3 rulers' expressions to change. The same was true for the 100 or so holy venerables. "Retreat!" Someone shouted. However, the space around them was completely sealed by Lin Tian's 3 immortal spirit royal weapons. These people could not escape at all. They turned around and were drowned by the killing power of the 3 immortal spirit royal weapons. In an instant, blood, mist exploded. Among the group of people, more than 100 saint venerables were killed in the blink of an eye. Only the 3 dominator rank experts barely survived, but they were already on the verge of death. After all, Lin Tian's battle prowess was no weaker than an early-stage ruler's when he used the 3 sex-piercing heaven-grade Emperor Divine weapons. How could an ordinary person withstand such an attack? Even a void heaven realm expert would be shaken. The souls of the 3 dominator rank experts were still alive. Looking at Lin Tian, they couldn't help but feel shock and fear. This human in front of them, who they didn't care about at all, actually had 3 piercing, heaven-grade emperor weapons. At the same time, the 3 of them guessed that the 13 dominator rank experts who went to chase the little Taichu had been killed by Lin Tian. That was why the little Taichu had appeared in this place. But there was no news of the 13 dominator rank experts. Lin Tian did not say anything. With a thought, the three immortal spirit royal weapons pressed down again. Terrifying killing light filled the sky. Pooh! Pooh! Amidst two miserable cries, two of the three Dominator rank powerhouses were directly killed by him. Then, he suppressed the other Dominator with the three immortal spirit royal weapons and walked toward him. Chapter 2149. You, what are you trying to do? Suppressed by Lin Tian, the last ruler of the Celestial Court, was terrified. He couldn't help but beg for mercy. Let me go! No one was unafraid of death, especially those who viewed life as nothing more than grass. When faced with death, these people were often many times more unbearable than ordinary people. Lin Tian ignored this person and suppressed him. His majestic divine sense directly entered the other party's sea of consciousness to investigate why this ordinary large world had attracted so many heavenly lords of the Celestial Court. It was even rumored that ancient ancestor-level existences would be arriving soon. He felt that this ruler of the Celestial Court guarding the center of this large world would know about this matter. His divine sense searched the other party's sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. His expression changed greatly, and even his powerful, wholly venerable physique couldn't help but tremble. In this ruler's sea of consciousness, he saw a figure with 72 snow-white wings on its back. It appeared in a vast mountain range in this large world, causing the experts of the Celestial Court to be alarmed. Later, it alerted the higher-ups of the Celestial Court. So many heavenly lords entered this large world one after another. Later, not only were there ancient ancestor-level experts, but even more powerful experts would arrive. However, this wasn't the reason why his expression changed and he trembled. The true reason was that the 72-winged figure was a woman, an extremely beautiful woman. She had an exquisite and flawless face, as if she had walked out of a painting. Her beauty made the surrounding world pale in comparison. Wu-ee! He couldn't help but exclaim, his voice trembling. Apart from the 72 wings on her back, this flawless woman's face, height, and body shape were exactly the same as Wu Yi's. It was as if they were cast from the same mold. For a moment, he couldn't stay calm. 72 snow-white wings on her back, as far as he knew, seemed to be the symbol of the peak existence of the Heaven Protector clan. That woman was from the Heaven Protector clan? Why did she look exactly like Wu-ee? Next to him, little Alpha Primordium looked at his strange expression and couldn't help but be curious. What's wrong? Lin Tian raised his hand and used his consciousness to imprint the scene he saw in the Master's sea of consciousness on his palm for the little Taichu to see. Instantly, little Taichu's expression changed and his eyes widened. The little fellow's eyes were filled with shock and even a little stupefied. At this moment, the man and the beast could no longer remain calm. After more than 10 breaths, Lin Tian was the first to regain his senses. He slapped the ruler of the Celestial Court to death, then took a deep breath to calm himself down. Let's go take a look at that mountain range. He was certain that the woman with the 72 wings of light was definitely not Wu-ee. However, she had the exact same appearance as Wu-ee. This tied up all of his attention, and he decided to take a look at that mountain range. It was hard for him not to care about such matters. I want to go. Little Taichu nodded vigorously. He liked Lin Tian and Wu-ee the most. The Celestial Emperor and his mother, whom he had never met, were even ranked behind them. Now that he had encountered such a situation, he was naturally very concerned and clenched his little paws. Lin Tianyi grabbed the jade bottle that the Celestial Court used to collect life essence in this place. Then he tore open a void portal and left with little Taichu. Soon, they arrived in front of a vast mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the mountain range in front of him took up an unknown amount of space. Inside, immortal divine trees were flourishing. Surprisingly, This was the place where the 72-winged woman had wandered in the sea of consciousness of the previous Dominator rank expert. When he arrived, he did not hesitate and directly entered the mountain range with little Taichu. In the mountain range, the branches and leaves of the ancient trees were so dense that they covered the scorching sun in the sky. Sunlight seeped through the gaps between the branches and leaves, leaving streaks of light spots on the ground of the mountain. He entered the mountain range with little Taichu and walked towards the depths. Not long after, he felt an astonishing pressure of the heavenly ascension realm in front of him. Moreover, there was more than one of them. The celestial emperors of the celestial court. A glint flashed in his eyes. While he and little Taichu concealed their essence, energy, and spirit, they increased their speed and approached the front at an even faster speed. Soon, he concealed his and little Taichu's essence, energy, and spirit. They crossed tens of thousands of feet in the mountain range. Suddenly, there were many halos in the space in front of them. A dozen figures were in front of them and were stepping into a spatial crack in front of them. It was as if there was another large space behind the crack. 72-winged woman. Is she the pinnacle of that clan? However, I heard that there are no women among the pinnacle of that clan. Moreover, many of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who discovered her were killed. Why? What's going on? I don't know. This matter is still being reported to the higher-ups. It should reach the ears of the current pinnacle of that clan very soon. We'll know when the time comes. Now, we have to confirm that she's still in this world. This is an order from the Lord Ancient Ancestor. After that, some of the Lord Ancient Ancestors will come one after another. After that, the strongest of that clan will most likely come as well. Ziji, now we just have to do what we have to do and confirm that she's still in this world. Don't worry about anything else for the time being. According to the heavenly generals who were lucky enough to survive after discovering that person, after she stepped into this spatial crack, they hope that she's still in it. Previously, another group of heavenly masters had already entered. After we enter, we'll meet up with them. Be careful. The dozen or so heavenly masters spoke in low voices as they stepped into the spatial crack. Their expressions were very serious. Soon, the dozen or so heavenly masters disappeared into the spatial crack. At this moment, Lin Tian walked over from afar with little Taichu and looked at the spatial crack. He had an extremely terrifying ancient corpse with him. Controlling that ancient corpse, he was not afraid of ordinary heavenly masters at all. However, he still avoided the dozen or so heavenly masters for the time being. He had come to find out the true identity of the 72-winged woman and find out why she had the same appearance as Wu Yi. Now was not the time to act rashly and alert the enemy. He brought little Taichu with him and stopped in place for dozens of breaths. Then he stepped into the spatial crack in front of him. The next moment, they appeared in a new space. Looking at the new space in front of him, Lin Tian could not help but be shocked. His pupils could not help but shrink. Chapter 2150. Behind the void fissure, the space was dark and gloomy. Blood-colored vines were everywhere, like ancient pythons. Moreover, on these vines there was a human cocoon at regular intervals, exuding a very strong yin qi. The entire space was completely filled with these vines and the human cocoons on them. Lin Tian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Originally, he thought that behind the void fissure would be a super spiritual territory filled with spiritual qi, but he didn't expect the scene behind the void fissure to be like this. Those human cocoons seemed to be sucked onto the vines by an external force, with people inside. This scene was similar to what he had seen in the depths of the celestial palace of death of the extreme Yin Temple. However, back then, in the depths of the celestial palace of death of the extreme Yin Temple, it was a strange black fog that covered the creatures within and turned them into human cocoons. Here, it was a cocoon that bound the creatures and turned them into human cocoons, as if it was nurturing something. Moreover, the aura exuded by the human cocoons here was far from what the armored soldiers in the celestial palace of death could compare to. Beside him, little Taichu also opened his eyes wide, shocked by the scene before him. Boom! Suddenly, an astonishing wave of saint energy came from ahead, and a hurricane swept through. Lin Tian looked ahead and immediately led little Taichu in that direction, still concealing their auras. Soon, he led little Taichu in the direction of the saint energy and walked far away in this dark space. Once again, he saw the dozen heaven lords of the celestial court, as well as the other dozen unfamiliar heaven lords. In total, there were 27 of them besieged by a group of humanoid creatures with black wings on their backs. There were many humanoid creatures, more than 100 of them. At the same time, they were intertwined with the auras of life and death. Each of them had blood-red eyes and were extremely ferocious. Moreover, the aura they exuded was also very oppressive, not at all inferior to that of an ordinary divine master expert. The 27 heaven lords were forced into a corner and were momentarily unable to resist. Moreover, most importantly, some of these humanoid creatures with black wings on their backs were actually attacking each other, as if they had no self-awareness at all. All they had was the most primitive of bestial instincts. This he was moved. What exactly were these? To the side, the little Taichu's eyes widened even more. Looking at the hundreds of black-winged humanoid life forms in front of him, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. These black-winged life forms were truly frightening. Crack! 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 A crisp sound rang out. Within this space, some of the human cocoons on the blood-colored vines trembled and then split open. Humanoid creatures with black wings on their backs walked out from within. When they first appeared, their bodies were covered in blood-colored mucus. However, this mucus quickly disappeared. After a brief pause, they attacked the 27 celestial court heavenly masters. Some even attacked the other black-winged humanoid creatures. This scene caused Lin Tian, who was hiding his presence in the distance, to be greatly alarmed. These terrifying black-winged humanoid creatures had walked out from those human cocoons. Those densely packed cocoons were actually nurturing such a terrifying monster. Someone is creating these monsters. Lin Tian's pupils constricted. Without a doubt, everything in this space was man-made and definitely not formed naturally. Moreover, these strange creatures with black wings on their backs were definitely deliberately created by someone. This caused his heart to fiercely throb. Someone was actually artificially creating a heavenly master level combat force. How crazy was this? What kind of method was this? At the same time, how cruel was this? This was because he could imagine that before these terrifying black-winged life forms were forged into their current forms, they definitely didn't come here willingly to be transformed into human cocoons. Instead, someone had forcibly suppressed these life forms and forcibly transformed them. Roar! Ruthless roars reverberated. Suddenly, one of the black-winged life forms besieging the 27 celestial court heavenly masters let out a painful roar. Then, with a poof, they exploded on the spot. Following that, a few other life forms also exploded on their own, turning into black pus and blood. This caused Lin Tian's expression to change again. These strange life forms were clearly incomparably ferocious just a moment ago, like peerless ferocious beasts, but in the next moment, they actually died on their own. After that, from time to time, black-winged life forms would walk out of the human cocoons. They were incomparably ferocious, and their combat strength was comparable to that of a heavenly master. However, after these black-winged life forms walked out of the human cocoons, most of them would collapse within a few breaths. At most, they could only survive for a few dozen breaths. Their flesh shells can't support the explosive power within their bodies. His eyesight was extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, he discovered the reason. Although these black-winged life forms were terrifying, their flesh shells were far from being able to support the power within their bodies. Therefore, it was difficult for them to survive in this world for too long. Boom! In front of him, Heavenly Master level Saint energy surged. Human cocoons continued to break open in this space, and black-winged life forms walked out of them. They attacked the 27 Celestial Court Heavenly Masters who hadn't concealed their auras, causing the 27 Celestial Court Heavenly Masters to fall into a more and more difficult situation. However, although these black-winged life forms were terrifying, they couldn't survive for too long. Although their numbers made the 27 Celestial Court Heavenly Masters somewhat difficult, they weren't able to kill the Heavenly Masters of the Celestial Court. Damn it, what are these things? Although these Heavenly Masters hadn't been forced to the point where their lives were in danger, their expressions were ugly. There was anger, but more than that, there was shock. In this space, in this place, there was actually someone who could create Heavenly Master level combat strength like this. Roar! Ruthless roars reverberated in the air. Within this space, more human cocoons broke open, and black-winged life forms walked out one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 1,000 black-winged life forms in this space at the same time, causing the 27 Celestial Court Heavenly Masters who had entered this space to tremble slightly. Lin Tian was in the distance, using the perfect world to completely conceal his aura and that of the little Taichu. At this time, when he looked at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. There were 1,000 black-winged life forms, and each of them was comparable to Heavenly Master level combat strength. Although they couldn't exist for too long, it was still very frightening. Buzz! Suddenly, a holy light emerged from the center of this space, intertwining with light and holiness. In a circular light wave, it spread out in 360 degrees. Then, as this holy light spread out, everywhere it passed, the blood-colored vines, human cocoons, and black-winged life forms disappeared immediately, all of them turning into dust. This originally dark space suddenly became bright in an instant, and the gloomy atmosphere from before was completely gone. In fact, there was even a hint of celestial chi. Such an unforeseen event caused the 27 Heavenly Masters to be shocked, and they all trembled fiercely. At the same time, Lin Tian's expression changed again. There were many black-winged life forms, and each of them was comparable to a Heavenly Master level expert. The blood-colored vines were also very frightening, and there were also many of them, covering the entire space. However, they were all wiped out in an instant by the holy light just now, and even made this space, which was originally intertwined with a gloomy atmosphere, brighten up. This scene was somewhat frightening. Most importantly, just now, he, the little Taichu, and the 27 Celestial Court Heavenly Masters were all affected by the holy light, but they were all fine and were not affected in the slightest. It was as if they were just swept by ordinary sunlight, as if the holy light had its own consciousness and only targeted the blood-colored vines, human cocoons, and black-winged life forms. Chapter 2151. The woman had 72 wings of light on her back. They were snow-white and filled with a holy aura. Her face was flawless. It's still there. Was she the one who released that holy radiance? What should we do now? What should we do? Should we retreat? The 27 Celestial Court Heavenly Lords were all moved by the sight of the woman. They were all Heavenly Lords, transcending heaven-level existences. They were usually high and mighty, but now they couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate in front of the woman in front of them. The 72 wings on her back were too dazzling. They were exactly the same as those of the Celestial Protectors. Within the Celestial Protectors, those with 72 wings were truly supreme existences. At the same time, Lin Tian's gaze naturally fell on the woman in the distance. He couldn't look away for a moment. The woman was dressed in white, and her flawless face was exactly the same as Wu Yi's. Even her figure and height were the same. Although he had seen this woman in the consciousness of a sovereign of the Celestial Court before, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw her with his own eyes. Beside him, Little Taichu was also staring at the woman in white. Just like Lin Tianyi, he was also stunned. The woman had 72 wings of light on her back. Although there were many wings, they didn't stand out in the slightest. Instead, they made her seem even more beautiful and noble. The space seemed to have lost all its luster because of her presence. She came from the center of the space and naturally saw the 27 celestial court heavenly lords, Lin Tian and little Taichu. Her gaze swept across the 27 celestial court heavenly lords and landed on Lin Tian. A faint light flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, she seemed to have sensed some other aura from Lin Tian's body. Her perfect body involuntarily trembled, and in the next instant, she appeared beside Lin Tian without a sound. This speed was too fast, to the point that it could no longer be explained by speed. Lin Tian couldn't help but be shocked, because the opponent suddenly appeared in front of him, and he couldn't help but stumble backwards. Holy light flowed around the woman's body, and the space around her seemed to come alive, stabilizing Lin Tian's retreating figure. She looked at Lin Tian without blinking, and a variety of emotions appeared in her originally calm eyes. There was surprise, anticipation, worry, and guilt. It was only after a few breaths that she opened her mouth and asked, "Is she all right?" It was to the extent that there were traces of tears in her eyes. Lin Tian was visibly moved. Then he instinctively knew that this woman was referring to was Wu Yi. He couldn't help but take a step forward and ask, "Who are you? What does it have to do with her?" He knew very well that this woman with 72 light wings on her back was an extremely terrifying existence. However, at this time, looking at her perfect face that was exactly the same as Wu Yi's, he directly ignored her strength and directly asked about her relationship with Wu Yi. He came here to find this woman because of this. "Yeah, what does it have to do with Yi?" Little Taichu couldn't help but ask from the side. "Yi, what's her name?" The woman muttered to herself. Her voice was gentle, as if she was thinking about something. There was a deep gentleness in her complicated eyes. Rumble. Suddenly, the space shook violently. A black door appeared, and an old man stepped out from it. The old man was dressed in a golden robe, and his eyes were as deep as the universe. Behind him, 72 purple wings shone brightly. This scene caused Lin Tian's expression to change immediately. 72 wings. The heaven protectors had actually sent such a supreme existence, and she had arrived so quickly. At the same time, the 27 heaven masters of the celestial court were also shocked. They hurriedly bowed to the old man and said, "Sir." They didn't bow to the woman with 72 wings, because it was said that the woman had killed a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court. They didn't know who the woman was and didn't dare to rashly approach her. The golden-robed old man's eyes were deep. He didn't care about the 27 heaven masters at all, as if he didn't see them. His gaze paused on Lin Tian for a moment. He could clearly see Lin Tian's reincarnation constitution. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but he didn't attack Lin Tian for the time being. His gaze fell on the white-robed woman and said, "As expected, you're not completely dead yet. Divine Key." Lin Tian heard this and looked at the white-robed woman. Divine Key was this woman's name? The woman tilted her head and looked at the golden-robed old man. Elder. Lin Tian's eyes flashed when he heard this. The woman was indeed from the Heaven Protector clan. The 27 heaven masters of the celestial court couldn't help but tremble. Although the woman had 72 wings of light behind her, which was the absolute symbol of the Heaven Protector clan, she had killed a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court. Therefore, even though they saw the woman's 72 wings of light, they weren't sure if she was from the Heaven Protector clan. But now, when they heard the woman address the golden-robed old man, the uncertainty in their hearts disappeared. The golden-robed old man's eyes were deep. He stood in the sky like a god and snorted coldly. He looked at the woman for a few breaths and said, suppress the reincarnation constitution, and follow me back to the clan. He looked at the woman and said, "Only a few people in the clan know about what happened back then. So much time has passed, and you've been severely punished. Let's just forget about the mistakes you made back then. Follow me back to the clan. With the supreme treasure of the clan, you can be truly reborn. You'll still be the first heavenly lady of the past." Lin Tian's heart jumped fiercely. First heavenly lady? This was the title the Heaven Protector clan gave this woman back then? At the same time, he was even more shocked when the golden-robed old man said the word reborn. This woman wasn't truly alive? He carefully sized up the woman before him again. Only now did he discover that the other party actually didn't have a physical body. At the same time, she didn't seem like a soul either. This type of feeling was hard for him to understand, unable to understand this woman's current state. "I won't hand him over to you all." Looking at the golden-robed old man, the woman shook her head and said, "Elder, please stop. Don't continue. All creatures are born, they grow, they have the right to live." The golden-robed old man snorted coldly. The entire space trembled intensely, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. "So much time has passed, yet you still haven't woken up? Back then, your hands were soaked in blood, yet now you actually say these words to this old man. That is my crime, it cannot be erased. Even 10,000 deaths won't be enough to atone for it." The woman said. She looked at the golden-robed old man and said, "Just stop, elder. Don't continue down this wrong path. Let the clansmen return to how they were before." The golden-robed old man's eyes immediately turned cold. A majestic pressure immediately spread out. Stubborn and unrepentant. Boom! Chapter 2152. Majestic sacred light gushed out from the golden-robed elder's body. This vast space was completely frozen by his aura in an instant. Lin Tian felt that he couldn't move in an instant. The other party wasn't targeting him, but the woman in white. However, this aura still caused him to be unable to move. His expression changed, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't find any words to describe this aura. It was no longer something that could be described as powerful or terrifying. At the same time, the 27 heaven masters of the celestial court were also trembling. They were stunned by this aura. This was the first time they had seen a top existence from the Heaven Protector clan in action. Just the aura alone was enough to make them, heaven-reaching realm experts, tremble in fear. At this moment, they were like Lin Tianyi, unable to move. The air was constantly annihilated. The holy light, mixed with cold, killing intent, fell in front of the white-clothed woman in the blink of an eye. However, in the next moment, the golden-robed elder's saint light disappeared as though it had evaporated into thin air. The woman did not seem to move at all. The space instantly returned to normal. At this time, Lin Tian and the others could once again move freely. "Give up, elder. You know my ability. Back then, all of you combined could barely fight me to a draw. If it weren't for some special reasons, you wouldn't have been able to kill me." The white-clothed woman spoke in a calm voice. There wasn't a trace of arrogance in her voice. Instead, there was a hint of sadness. "Compared to the past, even if I'm not as strong as I used to be, how can you deal with me alone?" Lin Tian's expression changed when he heard this. His saint body, which was comparable to a sovereign expert, couldn't help but tremble. He could guess that the all of you the woman was referring to was the 72 winged existences of the Heaven Protector clan. Back then, all of the 72 winged existences of the Heaven Protector clan combined could barely fight her to a draw. Back then, this woman was actually so strong when she was at her peak. At the same time, he was moved by another point. This woman was killed by the Heaven Protector clan back then. What kind of state was she in now? On the other side, the 27 celestial court masters of the celestial court naturally understood the meaning behind the woman's words, and their faces paled just like Lin Tian's, and they couldn't help but tremble. The golden-robed elder stood in the sky. His deep eyes became even colder. At the same time, there was a thick chill in them. Of course, he knew how strong this woman was in the past. Her cultivation talent couldn't be described with words. She was once the pride of their Heaven Protector clan and was revered as the #1 fairy. She was the #1 expert of their clan since ancient times. However, the pride of their Heaven Protector clan had betrayed their clan for some reason. Countless years have passed since then. Do you think this old one hasn't improved? That I still have the same strength as before? His voice became cold. The 72 purple wings behind him flapped, and an even more terrifying Saint Aura rushed out. It was impossible to describe how powerful it was. His Saint Aura filled this small world. This small world seemed to have turned into a weapon in an instant, becoming a part of his body. Every inch of space seemed to have come alive. Huge black holes appeared, devouring the air and everything. At this moment, all the Daos in the world trembled and worshipped him. As soon as this aura appeared, Lin Tian found it difficult to move again. Even his spirit felt a sharp pain, as if it would shatter in the next moment. In fact, at this moment, he couldn't even move his lips. Next to him, little Taichu was the same. Just like him, it was difficult for him to move. However, in the next moment, this pressure disappeared in an instant. He and little Taichu could move at the same time. In this space, the aura of the golden-robed elder was completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. Those terrifying black holes also disappeared in an instant. Go back, elder. Don't kill anymore. The path that our people have been taking is really wrong. The woman spoke. There was a faint sadness in her voice. A look of surprise flashed in the golden-robed elder's deep eyes. Then they became even colder. Very good. Even in this state, you still have such ability. With a hong sound, the 72 purple wings behind him shook again. Heaven and earth roared. Terrifying killing radiance pressed down, collapsing the heavens and splitting the earth. How good would it be if you could return to the clan? Unfortunately, you're still so stubborn, so I'll completely disappear here. With this old one's current strength, I will not disgrace you by burying your last trace of spiritual consciousness. A supreme murderess will emerge, and this world submitted to it. Behind him, a huge light shadow appeared. Just like before, it was a 100 feet tall, 72-winged Saint Shadow. As soon as it appeared, it attacked and pressed down on the woman in white. The woman's expression did not change. There was a trace of loneliness in her eyes. The 72 light wings behind her flapped gently, and a circle of snow-white light spread out. It was sacred and pure, and it spread out toward the golden-robed elder. With a whoosh, the 72-winged Saint Shadow of the golden-robed elder was crushed. Then, the pure holy light did not decrease in momentum. It landed on the elder's body, and with a bang, it sent him flying into a spatial crack that suddenly appeared behind him. Divine Key! A furious roar came from behind the spatial crack. In the next moment, the spatial crack closed, and the golden-robed elder disappeared. The space returned to its previous appearance and became bright once again. The destructive aura that had appeared because of the golden-robed old man had disappeared without a trace at this moment. Lin Tian could not help but tremble. The indescribably terrifying golden-robed elder, a 72-winged existence of the Heaven Protector clan, was so easily defeated by the woman in white. And this woman was now only a trace of spiritual consciousness. Her combat strength was far from her peak state. If that was the case, how powerful was she when she was at her peak? At the side, little Taichu's eyes widened in shock. On the other side, the faces of the 27 transcending heaven lords of the celestial court were all pale. Their limbs trembled, and their faces and eyes could not help but show horror and fear at this time. Then, in the next moment, whooshing sounds could be heard. Without the slightest pause or hesitation, the 27 people all rushed out of this space at the fastest speed possible. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled thousands of miles. The woman with 72 snow-white wings on her back was so beautiful that it was somewhat unreal. She did not pay attention to the 27 people at all, as if she had not seen them from the beginning. She let the 27 people leave. Her gaze descended onto Lin Tian once more, and it carried a mix of guilt and anticipation that was difficult to conceal. "Can you tell me about her? Is she happy? Is she happy?" Chapter 2153. Lin Tian was stunned by the woman's strength and only managed to calm down after several breaths. He originally wanted to immediately ask about the relationship between this woman and Wu Yi, but facing her question and seeing the look in her eyes, he didn't ask for the time being. Very good! He knew that the this woman was referring to was Wu Yi, so he briefly told her about Wu Yi. The woman listened very seriously, almost forgetting everything in the world. When she heard Lin Tian mention that he and Wu Yi had a child, her eyes became misty and tears fell. She already has a child, facing the golden-robed elder, who also had 72 wings. She was very calm, but at this time her voice was choked with sobs. Lin Tian looked at the other party and could not help but be moved. The other party was clearly just a wisp of spiritual consciousness and did not have a physical body, but it was actually able to produce tears. What kind of realm was this? And why was she like this? When she mentioned Wu Yi and heard him talk about Wu Yi, there was a mixture of guilt, happiness, and sadness. With this thought and these doubts, his heart suddenly moved. At this moment, looking at the woman's appearance that was similar to Wu Yi's, a guess appeared in his heart. "You, could it be?" Looking at her, his eyes were filled with incomparable shock. The woman looked at Lin Tian and guessed at this time that Lin Tian thought of something. She asked, "You, what's your name?" "Lin Tian. Lin Tian Ondao. Lin Tian, you have the potential to change the world. Take good care of her, care for her, and love her." Behind the woman, her 72 wings bloomed with holy light, and a wisp of pure holy light entered Lin Tian's body. Tears welled up again, and her eyes were filled with unconcealable sadness. "Don't mention anything about me to her. I am not qualified to be a mother." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared in an instant, disappearing before Lin Tian's eyes. "Senior!" Lin Tian couldn't help but shout. He spread out his divine sense, but there was no trace of the woman's aura in this space. Then he was stunned. His previous guess was correct. The former first heavenly daughter was Wu Yi's mother. Little Taichu was also stunned. He never expected to see Wu Yi's biological mother here. A man and a beast stood in this space. A gust of wind blew past, and both of them were stunned. After another dozen or so breaths, Lin Tian was the first to regain his senses. Ever since he had met Wu Yi, he had never thought about Wu Yi's background. Now that he had met Wu Yi's mother in this place and learned about her identity and other things, he was really confused. Back then, the other party had been hunted down and killed by the Heaven Protectors. Now, only a sliver of spiritual consciousness remained. How could this be? And why was he being hunted down by the Heaven Protectors? She was clearly the #1 expert of the Heaven Protector clan. And who was Wu Yi's father? How could he gain the favor of the #1 holy maiden of the Heaven Protector clan? Back then, when she was being hunted down by the Heaven Protector clan, where was that person? Could it be that he was killed by the Heaven Protector clan like her? For a moment, he was really confused. His whole person was stunned. Will Yi's mother be okay? Little Taichu's voice sounded. His eyes were filled with worry because he knew that the woman's condition was not good just now. Lin Tian also became worried when he heard this. Some supreme experts could actually reconstruct their physical body with just a sliver of spiritual consciousness. However, Wu Yi's mother did not reconstruct her physical body. It seemed that, for some reason, it was difficult for her to do so. If this continued, her spiritual consciousness would not exist in this world for too long and would slowly dissipate. Where did she go? She asked him not to tell Wu Yi about her. How could he do that? Wu Yi was picked up by the previous generation's Misty Peak Master when she was an infant and raised by him. She did not know who her parents were and had never mentioned or thought about them. Even so, he knew that Wu Yi must have hoped to see her parents one day. How could he not tell her about her mother's condition? Later on, when he returned to the primordial universe and told Wu Yi about her mother, she completely disappeared because she could not reconstruct her physical body. How sad must Wu Yi have been? At this moment, he was a little anxious. He only wanted to find her and do everything possible to help her reconstruct her physical body. That was Wu Yi's mother. Moreover, he could feel her love for Wu Yi. She must also want to see Wu Yi. He could even clearly imagine that she must have sent Wu Yi away when she was still an infant because she was being hunted down by the Heaven Protector clan. The purpose of doing that was to ensure Wu Yi's safety. However, no matter how worried and anxious he was, there was nothing he could do now. He did not know where she had gone. For a moment, he was stunned again. After that, he and the little Taichu stayed in this space, thinking about many things. From time to time, he would be in a daze. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. On this day, at noon, he completely calmed down. He looked at the sky and took a deep breath. It will not disappear, he muttered to himself. He firmly believed that the other party would find a way to return. That wisp of spiritual consciousness would not dissipate. She was Wu Yi's mother. "Little guy, let's leave," he called out to the little Taichu. He believed that Wu Yi's mother would be fine. He had to continue to become stronger and survive the great destruction of the mysterious yellow universe. He had to return to the primordial universe and tell Wu Yi everything that had happened today. After that, when the other party returned, he would definitely be able to see her again. He would see her together with Wu Yi. The mother and daughter would definitely be reunited. The little Taichu followed beside him. Soon, they stepped out of this space and appeared in the outside world. After walking out of the space, he looked back. At this time, he could not help but wonder what was going on in this space. Who was forging a transcending heaven realm warrior in this place? What was the purpose of doing this? Was it done by the Heaven Protector clan? He muttered to himself. Wu Yi's mother had the divine key. She seemed to have entered that space to purify everything inside. It seemed that she had known about this place for a long time. The fact that she was able to lead her here made him think that everything in that space was most likely done by the Heaven Protector clan. However, for some reason, they seemed to have abandoned that place, and no member of that clan was guarding that place anymore. While thinking about this, he and the little Taichu walked out of the mountain range. Soon, they walked out of the mountain range. Chapter 2154. 27 figures, each of them exuding the power of a divine master. They were the 27 heaven masters of the celestial court. At the very least, we'll suppress you, one of them said coldly. A day ago, they had fled from that space out of fear of the divine key. However, they did not immediately leave this world. Instead, they hid near this mountain range, waiting to see what would happen next. This was because they were not sure if the 72-winged, golden-robed old man would return. If he found that they had all fled, they would be in great trouble. After that, they waited until now, but did not see the 72-winged, golden-robed old man return. Then, on this day, they saw Lin Tian and little Taichu walk out of that space. After observing in the dark for a long time, they did not sense the aura of the divine key at all. They guessed that the divine key had already left this world and directly revealed itself at this time. Lin Tian was a reincarnated being. If they suppressed Lin Tian and sent him to the heavenly guardians, they would be able to obtain great benefits. Yeah, you. Little Taichu was both angry and shocked. He never thought that these 27 people would actually ambush him and Lin Tian outside. As for those people, they were all heaven-reaching experts. Right now, it was impossible for Lin Tian and it to block heaven-reaching experts. It's okay. Lin Tian naturally knew what the little guy was worried about at this time. He said so to the little guy, and then glanced at the 27 Heaven Masters. I'm in a very bad mood right now. I'll kill all of you to vent my anger. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda and quickly took out the ancient corpse. Then his spirit stepped out and entered the ancient corpse. Boom! He controlled the ancient corpse with his spirit. With a move of his mind, a wisp of saint power gushed out from the ancient corpse. In an instant, it caused the sky to tremble. Yeah. Little Tai Chu immediately widened his eyes. At the same time, the 27 Heaven Masters of the Celestial Court were also greatly shocked. The aura that Lin Tian emitted while controlling the ancient corpse made their spirits tremble involuntarily. They immediately felt the threat of death. Looking at the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian's spirit, these people were shocked and angry at the same time. They never thought that Lin Tian would have such a terrifying ancient corpse. Its aura was too tyrannical. Lin Tian used his soul to control the ancient corpse and put his physical body into the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He moved the immortal Emperor Pagoda to little Tai Chu's side and let little Tai Chu keep an eye on the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Then, using a gentle force, he sent little Tai Chu about 10,000 zhang away. Slaughter all of you. He wasn't in a good mood right now. How could he be courteous to the Heaven Masters of the Celestial Court? He used his spiritual consciousness to control the ancient corpse and appeared in front of one of the Heaven Masters in a flash. Then he waved his fist and smashed it down. With a loud bang, the void in all directions instantly shattered. The Divine Master summoned his saint power to defend himself in horror, but it was shattered in an instant. Then Lin Tian's fist, which was controlled by the ancient corpse, landed firmly on his body. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. This powerful Heaven Master's physical body was instantly shattered. Only his spirit was barely preserved. With a look of horror, he retreated at an extremely fast speed. As he retreated, he reformed his physical body. However, Lin Tian didn't give him a chance. Using his spiritual consciousness to control the ancient corpse, he appeared in front of the escaping spirit in the blink of an eye. Without saying anything or making any unnecessary movements, he waved his fist again and smashed it down fiercely. Poof! Another soft sound. Under this tyrannical punch, the spirit of this Heaven Master of the Celestial Court was directly shattered. He was completely dead. Of the 27 Heaven Masters of the Celestial Court, only 26 were left. They couldn't help but tremble. In the blink of an eye, one of them was killed by Lin Tian. They didn't even have time to rescue him. Worship the Emperor Divine weapon and attack together. With just a corpse, he can't possibly block all of our combined attacks. Someone shouted coldly. The 26 people were all Heaven Masters of the Celestial Court. They were all very powerful, and each of them had an Emperor Divine weapon. At this time, with a rumbling sound, the 26 people took out their Emperor Divine weapons one after another. The power of each Emperor Divine weapon was extremely tyrannical. Moreover, after this, the 26 people's bodies were illuminated with Tao light. All of them supported their divine Tao laws at this time. Don't kill him. Hold back at the crucial moment. Keep him alive and bring him to the lords above. One of them said, Understood. Another person said. Immediately, the 26 people activated their Emperor Divine weapons with all their might. At the same time, their divine Tao laws also surged and pressed down on Lin Tian together. This kind of killing intent was extremely terrifying. It completely sealed the surrounding space, leaving Lin Tian no way out. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse with his spirit. His eyes were cold. Without any unnecessary movements, he directly waved his fist. Boom! As his fist pressed down, the entire space shook violently and a destructive aura intertwined. With a sizzling sound, the divine power of the 26 people was annihilated in an instant. Their Emperor Divine weapons were all sent flying and cracked. How can this be? The expressions of the 26 people changed. They had summoned their Emperor weapons with all their strength and even used their divine laws to attack. However, the outcome was actually like this. They were actually shattered by the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian in an instant. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Lin Tian did not care about the shock on these people's faces. Using his spirit to control the ancient corpse, he directly moved. With a step, he closed in on one of the people and directly punched out. The strength of his punch was even stronger than before. With a boom, it was as if a sacred drum had been beaten. It was also as if a shocking thunderbolt had exploded and the void collapsed. The Heaven Master who faced this punch immediately trembled. His expression changed drastically. He raised his Emperor Divine weapon and then retreated. However, Lin Tian's punch was too powerful. The terrifying fist aura actually sealed the space around him. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Because of his terrible mood, Lin Tian did not even think about snatching the Emperor Divine weapon away. His fist landed on the opponent's Emperor Divine weapon and directly smashed it into pieces. Then, the fist aura did not diminish. In the next moment, it landed on the opponent's body. With a poof, the opponent was directly smashed into pieces. Transcending, heaven-grade blood splattered across the sky. Damn it! This person's spirit had not been destroyed. Shocked and angry, he quickly retreated, distancing himself from the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian's spirit. Lin Tian looked at this person's spirit. With a single step, he arrived in front of the opponent. Die! He punched out again. The fist aura was so fast and fierce that the other 20 or so Heaven Masters did not even have time to help. This person's spirit was directly smashed into pieces, causing him to completely disappear. This scene caused the other 25 Heaven Masters to tremble involuntarily. Go! Retreat! Chapter 2155. The 25 Heavenly Lords were not ordinary people, and their eyesight was not ordinary. At this time, they truly understood how terrifying the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian was. Even if they took out their Emperor weapons and joined forces, they were still no match for it. Whoosh! 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 They were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had rushed far away. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse with his spiritual soul. His eyes were mixed with coldness. He took a step forward and shook the ancient corpse with a trace of saint power, completely sealing the surrounding space. Boom! Without any superfluous words or movements, he directly punched out. The fist pressed down, and the surroundings shook violently, shattering everything. Such a tyrannical punch was extremely frightening. It was as if there was a destructive fist storm that swept past. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. The 25 Heavenly Lords of the Celestial Court were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He controlled the ancient corpse and rushed up again. He appeared in front of one of the Heavenly Lords and punched out. This punch was terrifying and violent. It landed directly on the Heavenly Lord's body, and with a puff it shattered. Then he controlled the ancient corpse, grabbed the Heavenly Lord's spiritual soul, and tore it into pieces. He raised his hand and grabbed the Heavenly Lord's Emperor weapon, erasing the mark on it. Then he looked at the other 24 Heavenly Lords. Without the slightest hesitation, he took a step forward, raised his fist, and punched out. His fist surged violently. It was as if a destructive fist had turned into a world-shaking ocean, shattering everything. The 24 Heavenly Lords resisted with all their strength. However, in the face of Lin Tian, who controlled the ancient corpse, they could not stop him at all. Damn it! Stop! Ah, no. The 24 Heavenly Lords used all kinds of magical powers and great arts. They also activated their Emperor weapons and divine Tao laws. However, In the face of the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian's spiritual soul, they could not resist at all. 21 of them were killed in succession. You! Out of the 27 people, only 3 were left. Looking at the ancient corpse that Lin Tian was controlling, they couldn't help but be shocked. Moreover, at this moment, the 3 of them were somewhat regretful. They regretted staying in this place to deal with Lin Tian. They didn't expect that Lin Tian would have such a terrifying ancient corpse. They simply couldn't block it. Amazing! In the distance, little Taichu hugged the immortal Emperor Pagoda and looked at Lin Tian's ancient corpse with wide eyes. In the blink of an eye, 24 of the 27 transcending heaven realm heavenly lords had been killed by Lin Tian. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse with a cold expression. During this process, he obtained more than 10 emperor weapons. The others were all destroyed. At this moment, he was closing in on the last 3. Right at this moment, divine splendor suddenly appeared in the distance. It was extremely intimidating, making him stop and look in that direction. Over there, in his field of vision, an old man appeared. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at this place. The old man was dressed in a gray robe. His hair was brown, and he exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Looking at this person, he controlled the ancient corpse with his spiritual soul. Immediately, his pupils contracted. The aura exuded by this old man was as strong as the aura of the 9 celestial court ancient ancestors he saw in the void realm. Lord Ancient Ancestor. At this place, the 3 heaven realm heavenly lords who were still alive were pleasantly surprised. Looking at the old man who suddenly appeared, it was as if they had grasped at a life-saving straw in a turbulent torrent. The 3 of them quickly went forward and bowed deeply. Then they reported everything about the 72-winged, golden-robed old man and the divine key. Then they mentioned Lin Tian again. He has entered that terrifying ancient corpse with his spiritual soul. We are no match for him. Please help us, Lord Ancient Ancestor. The 3 of them were all reaching heaven realm existences, but at this time they were very respectful in front of this gray-robed old man. They were very humble because this old man was much stronger than them. Hearing the 3's report, the gray-robed old man's face turned solemn. He was moved by the divine key. Then, after 3 breaths, his gaze fell on Lin Tian. Reincarnation body. Looking at Lin Tian, his eyes were deep and cold. Then he pressed forward. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse with his spiritual soul. Immediately, his expression changed slightly. Previously, he had heard that an ancient ancestor of the celestial court would enter this world. It was true. Although he did not arrive before the people of the heaven protectors, he was still here. Then he controlled the ancient corpse and stepped forward. In a flash, he appeared beside little Taichu and took the little Taichu away. The ancient corpse he controlled was definitely stronger than the ancient ancestor of the celestial court when he was alive. However, with his current strength, he was far from being able to use all of the ancient corpse's power. At most, he could only use the tip of the iceberg. It was only enough to deal with ordinary reaching heaven realm experts. Facing the ancient ancestor of the celestial court, he could not block it at all. The gray-robed old man snorted and stepped forward. He raised his hand and pressed down on the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian. He wanted to first extract Lin Tian's spiritual soul, then take Lin Tian's body. This palm seemed simple, but it completely sealed the surrounding space, not giving Lin Tian a chance to dodge. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. There was no way to dodge, so he could only control the ancient corpse and punch it. In the next moment, he controlled the ancient corpse to punch out and collided with the palm of the ancient ancestor of the celestial court. Dong! With a loud boom, the void collapsed. Then he was forced to take 3 steps back from the impact. On the other side, the ancient ancestor of the celestial court was even more embarrassed than him. He was forced to take 11 steps back. This made his pupils constrict. At the same time, he was surprised, and he once again experienced the terrifying power of this ancient corpse. He had used his spiritual soul to control the body to punch out. He could not use all of the body's power, but at this time he was still able to defeat the gray-robed ancient ancestor of the celestial court in terms of pure physical power. Ancient ancestor. The expressions of the three heavenly courts, heavenly masters changed as well. Astonished by this scene, the gray-robed old man's pupils constricted. He stared at the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian without blinking. There was shock in his eyes, and he was shocked by the power of the ancient corpse's body. However, in the next moment his eyes became cold again, even colder than before. There was an eerie chill that rose up, and he directly shook his Saint Force, transforming it into a great holy light handprint, and grabbed out again. Facing this great holy light handprint, Lin Tian's expression changed. He immediately felt the terror of this great holy light handprint. His spiritual soul, which had entered the ancient corpse, could not help but tremble. As the great holy light handprint pressed down, the opponent's majestic saint power affected his spiritual soul, making it impossible for him to continue controlling the ancient corpse. He was frozen in place. Move! He roared in his heart and shook his spiritual soul. He wanted to control the ancient corpse to move again, but it was difficult to do so because the saint energy of the gray-robed elder was too strong. Although the ancient corpse was very intimidating, his own cultivation was too low compared to the elder's. At this time his spiritual soul was suppressed, and he could not move it no matter what. For a moment he could only watch as the great holy light handprint pressed down on him. However, in the next moment, his spiritual soul suddenly trembled, and he felt a chill. At this time, the great holy light handprint pressed down. His spiritual soul was suppressed, and he could not move. However, he felt that the saint power in the ancient corpse suddenly moved on its own. It was as if the ancient corpse had developed a consciousness and was operating the saint power in its body. Then the saint power flowed, and a wave of saint light rippled out like water. Chi. Chapter 2156. Blood floated in the air, causing everyone's expression to change. Lord Ancient Ancestor. The three celestial court lords could not help but cry out, "Yeah." Little Alpha Primordium's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. At the same time, Lin Tian's spiritual soul entered the ancient corpse. His spiritual soul trembled even more. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the saint energy in the ancient corpse was circulating faster and faster. Moreover, life aura and soul energy began to emerge. It was as if a glimmer of light had suddenly appeared in a pitch-black night. Then the glimmer began to expand, dispelling all the darkness. In the next moment, a strong force gushed out of the ancient corpse and shook his spiritual soul out. Then a bright light intertwined in the ancient corpse's eyes, causing the sky to change color. Lin Tian's spiritual soul was shaken out and quickly returned to his body. He brought little Taichu with him and moved 1,000 feet away. Then he looked at the ancient corpse in front of him again. "It's alive!" His eyelids could not help but twitch. At this moment, the ancient corpse was clearly exuding an extremely strong life aura. He could not believe it. A few days ago, he did not feel any life aura from the corpse at all. Why did the life aura suddenly appear now? He could not understand the situation at all. Little Taichu's eyes widened. He could not help but shrink his neck, shrink his body, and lie in Lin Tian's hair. It was also at this moment that the ancient ancestor of the celestial court, who had been shaken out, stabilized himself. His gaze fell on the ancient corpse, and then he looked at Lin Tian on the other side. Then his gaze fell on the ancient corpse again. His gaze froze, then turned cold. At this moment, the ancient ancestor of the celestial court naturally noticed the changes in the ancient corpse. It was no longer controlled by Lin Tian. Moreover, its state had changed. It was no longer a corpse, but a living person. However, the ancient ancestor of the celestial court did not care much about this. Have you recovered from the deep level of cultivation, wandering between life and death? The ancient ancestor of the celestial court said coldly as he looked at the ancient corpse. He seemed to have noticed something. Then he directly made his move. His saint power vibrated and interweaved with a murderous force to suppress the ancient corpse. You're not weak. Just disappear completely here. Boom! The saint energy was boundless, and it was unknown how many times more terrifying it was than before. The entire world began to tremble, and the ground began to sink. In the blink of an eye, the killing force arrived in front of the ancient corpse and landed on its body. With a rumbling sound, the destructive aura completely annihilated the surrounding space. Smoke and dust drifted in the air. Soon after, the smoke and dust dissipated. The ancient corpse stood in its original place, completely unharmed. Lin Tian was moved. He could feel how terrifying that attack was. However, the ancient corpse that he had found was completely unscathed after taking that attack head-on. It had blocked that destructive attack with just its physical body. How could this be? The three lords of the celestial court were also shocked. The ancient corpse's life aura became even more intense. Its eyes also had a luster and became deeper. The great apocalypse has come to this universe. This ancient corpse was an old man. At this time it was no longer a corpse but a living person. His life aura continued to strengthen. Then, gradually his old body began to change. He became younger and gradually became a middle-aged man. His face was as sharp as a knife, giving people a sense of steadiness and steadiness. This change shocked Lin Tian. Little Tai Chu also widened his eyes. He's turning into a middle-aged man. On the other side, the gray-robed ancient ancestor's eyes narrowed again. He had used 60% of his strength in that attack. However, the ancient corpse was completely unharmed when the saint light mixed with murderous intent hit it head-on. It was still standing in its original place, as if it did not even see his attack. Moreover, at this time, the ancient corpse's life aura continued to rise, giving him an ominous feeling. With this ominous feeling, the ancient ancestor of the celestial court could not help but snort coldly. His saint power surged, and in an instant he used 90% of his battle strength to condense a 3-meter-long saint sword. The destructive aura was vast and mighty. An entire macro world seemed to be about to be shattered. Looking at the middle-aged ancient corpse, he said coldly, "There's no need to continue recovering." Die and boom! The sky shook, interrupting the ancient corpse's words. The middle-aged ancient corpse swept a glance at the ancient corpse, and a murderous saint light directly struck down. The saint light vibrated like thunder and was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the ancient ancestor's 3-meter-long saint sword into pieces. Moreover, the ancient corpse's divine soul also disappeared under the saint light. This scene made Lin Tian's pupil shrink. He's dead. This was an ancient ancestor of the celestial court, but now he was killed in an instant by the middle-aged ancient corpse. What kind of powerful existence did he pick up? Little Taichu's eyes widened even more, and he shrunk his neck with all his might. Ancient ancestor, how could this be? This. The three gods of the celestial court could not help but tremble, and their faces turned pale. One of their ancient ancestors was killed just like that. Run. In the next moment, the same word appeared in their minds at the same time, and the three of them immediately fled far away. However, the three of them had only escaped a few hundred meters away when 3 beams of saint light fell, and all of them were destroyed in body and soul. The middle-aged ancient corpse's eyes were deep as he stood there, looking at the sky and scanning the world. There was a faint cold light in his deep eyes, but then he could not help but sigh. In the end, I can't avoid it. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Then he turned around and looked at Lin Tian, who was thousands of meters away. Without any movement, he appeared next to Lin Tian in the next moment. When Lin Tian saw the middle-aged man appear in front of him like this, he could not see the middle-aged man's movement trajectory at all. He could not help but take a step back. However, he only took a step back and then stabilized his body again. He did not show any fear, because he could feel that the middle-aged man did not have any malicious intentions towards him. "Senior, I'm sorry. I found you by chance and thought that you were dead, so I moved your body without permission." He bowed. At this time, although he could feel that the middle-aged man did not have any malicious intentions, he was very embarrassed. Now it seemed that the middle-aged man was not dead at that time. According to the ancient ancestor of the celestial court, the middle-aged man seemed to be in a state of neither life nor death during cultivation. However, he thought that the middle-aged man was dead, so he moved him out of the place of seclusion and used him as a killing weapon.